does seem to have a vested interest in you, and it doesn't seem to be particularly intelligent. You might be able to trick that thing to come in here.
All right.
We're currently in the in Reynolds' prison cell, going through the events of what's been going on while you guys have been out recruiting people. Sure enough, though it's another couple of hours, unfortunately, it does loft by again, and it starts to look in your direction, and then immediately starts looking forward as it tries to pass by, at a slightly faster shuffle than before.
I guess I'll just try and ask it to come in here.
Give me a diplomacy. It'll stop for a moment as you yell at it. Ooh, nice. It'll come to a stop and look at you, and then narrow its eyes, kind of trying to figure out what you're getting at. And you tell it that what do you tell it? Yeah. What is your excuse? What do you want it to come in here to do?
What have I seen it doing? When it's passing by, is it carrying anything in particular, or is it just patrolling?
It doesn't quite look like it's patrolling, but it hasn't been carrying much either. Putting those things together, you suspect that this thing's use is more of a page. Although it does have access to the cells, because it can come and go from them, it does have the means to open them and close them. So perhaps it's some sort of assistant.
Guess maybe claim I have information I want to give him, so it should take me to its leader or something.
Okay. What is its will save? Okay, and you rolled really high. Okay, yep. It's suspicious, but it can't formulate a way to deny that. And so it reaches into itself and produces a tiny brass key, and it'll unlock the door and slough its way in. It reminds you to not try and escape. There's nowhere to run anyway. And it'll reach up and unshackle your hands. What do you wish to do in the moment that they are unshackled?
I guess try and drop and grab that key.
Okay. You can give me either a thievery or a much harder athletics.
I'm much better at athletics, so I guess I'm gonna spend a hero point and roll athletics.
Okay. +8. Okay. You drop to the floor, and in so doing, you kind of scrape your arm across it as if you've gotten weak. And as you collapse using your right side, you sneakily keep your left arm down near your abs, and as you collapse, you just grab it in passing, and it's now in your left hand. It'll grab you and try to right you immediately. And it'll bring you to your feet and look to you expectantly to follow it obediently as it sloughs over to the door.
I guess I'll follow it. If it turns around as I'm just following behind it, I guess I might try and unlock my manacles.
Fair enough. The hallway is clear when you guys get into it, and down the way, there is about 50 feet down this corridor. There's appears to be about 7 prison cells between the front and back. You hear some movement in the one closest to the room, but beyond it is this pentagonal dark stone room with a raised circular platform in the center about 15 feet across, on which has been erected a rickety wooden platform with a number of contraptions attached to it. It seems to be some sort of torturing apparatus with a variety of functions. There is a bucket next to it with a white cloth, or I should say formerly white cloth, draped over the side. And blood and water are strewn across this place, with the occasional bit of flesh and a tooth or two here or there. But before we get into that room, let me pause to check your perception. You hear some movement in the cell to your left as you pass it, and you catch the glimpse of dark purple hair looming out of the shadows of the corner of this room. Some chains leading to a wall. Beyond it, they're on a much longer leash than you were, it seems. You can see thin, feminine hands being basically pulled out of the darkness by chains that are bound to manacle. Long purple painted nails crowning each of those fingers, and they're somewhat scarred and bloody. It seems you're not the only prisoner here, other than the other one. You head into the main chamber, and the creature will go over to the wall and whack something, and you'll hear a tubular spread through the room. It feels like it's reverberating deeper into this place. And a couple of minutes will pass as it stares you down. Both in a defiant and also slightly afraid manner.
I mean, I guess I'll also just stare at it while we're waiting.
Okay.
Haven't really thought any of this through, but
okay. It will uncomfortably, slowly move a little bit back, kind of feigning that it's taking a rest up against the wall, but you can tell that it's just trying to get a little bit away from you because it's uncomfortable. It doesn't say anything though. And need to roll for that. Okay. You hear some footsteps coming up the hallway from behind you as you're still waiting. They should be arriving pretty soon if you don't do anything. You've got like about 10 seconds or so.
The problem is I have no idea what I'm doing. I mean, I doubt the guy in front of me is going to let me just unmanacle myself. Even if I can unmanacle myself, I'm probably still going to get immediately stabbed to death. Because still don't have much in the way of health.
Okay. There is a strange man slowly walking towards. He's kind of frightened in appearance, like he's perpetually like how to describe him best. He has like decorative pauldrons on that are made of some nice brass, um, very tiny artistic engravings are on the top ones. He has long black hair and a strange pallid circle which glows lightly behind his head. In his arms, which he's kind of keeping somewhat crossed over his chest, holding it almost like it's a baby. He's holding this long sword with a wide haft and a wooden and steel grip that's otherwise unremarkable construction. The rest of his figure is somewhat obscured by a black robe. And he's coming for you. Or at least he's heading towards the room. That guy. He'll stop at the threshold and look around, and then his eyes will meet yours. Give me a will save. Ooh, you are not frightened one. You look for where his eyes should be, but they're just vacant black emptinesses. And his mouth is slightly open on his with cracked lips. He'll say, "Who are you?"
Renault? You took me prisoner? Or somebody did?
Its head will unsmoothly and kind of jerkily snap to the creature on the floor. Let him out of his cell. The creature will kind of shrink back a bit. Its attention will snap back to you. What have you come for?
Want better conditions? You're unionizing?
A impossibly wide grin will suddenly crack across his face as he bares the tops of his teeth in a weird and awkward grin. That's funny. You won't find better accommodations here. You don't deserve them. He snaps back down to the creature.
That's kind of fucking rude.
Take him back to his cell, or I'll eat you. It'll shiver a bit. As he says eat, by the way, his mouth will open a little bit, and it's like you're looking into a magic bag. As the wider his mouth gets, the more teeth you see. It will grab you by the ankle and start tugging you down the hall. That's what I thought, it says, and it starts walking over to the torture thing, and it will just rest its back lightly against it as it brings the sword up and closes its eyes, resting. Much better. You're led back to your cell. You pass by that first room again. Give me a perception. Kind of slowly moving from the darkness, you're able to catch the silhouette of the somewhat angular but rounded face of a woman staring at you. Dark purple eyes, barely lit by the light. It's Vosham.
Oh, I didn't think Vosham had skin from our world. I thought she was just a skeleton.
When she gave up her powers, she became more mortal. And now that you look, there's another figure kind of resting against her chest, with bright orange hair, barely lit in the darkness, fluttering as if it's about to go out.
Well, at least they have familial prison cells, I guess.
It's easier, you know. you don't have to account for things. It's just like, well, where are they? They're both in that cell. Oh, okay, cool. All right, so you're led back to your cell, chained back up, and the creature will kind of do a strange ha ha wiggle at you, and then slough back out of the room, and closing and locking the door behind it. Key is still in your left hand.
Okay. I guess I'll give it a couple of minutes and make sure nobody else is coming by, and then I'll see if that key goes to my manacles.
Fair enough. Give me a thievery, or what else would be appropriate? Thievery or a performance.
Oh, I'm slightly better at performance.
Nice. The key nearly slips as you're putting it in the lock. You're able to just catch it with your ring and pinky finger. And it's a little awkward, but you're able to get it back up to your thumb and forefinger without dropping it. Your hand shaking a little bit. And you're able to slot it into the lock. And it will... And you'll feel the pressure release some as the manacles will come off a little bit off your wrists.
So the key didn't unlock them all the way, or I can unlock it all the way, I just haven't yet.
They're unlocked. They're just kind of open a little bit and resting on your wrists.
Okay. How often have people been coming by?
It varies between a few hours and like 30 to 45 minutes. So at best, you've got 30 minutes. At worst, at worst you have like 30 minutes, and at best, you may have like 4 to 5 hours.
Okay, then I guess I'm gonna try and treat my wounds.
Okay. Give yourself a medicine.
Okay.
There will be a penalty because you don't have your tools on you, but... Oh, and since you asked, your divine magic, your magic won't work while you're in the circle, but you can just kind of skid your way out of it.
Okay. I guess actually I didn't need to roll that since my dice are just automatically maxed from one of the feats.
Yep.
So I guess it's 30 plus 16. That's what, 46?
Yep, you regain 46 hit points.
Perfect. I guess I'm gonna try it again.
Give me a perception.
Yeah, I guess I'll make sure that nobody is coming before I do that, since it does take 10 minutes.
You quietly make your way over to the door, and kind of place your cheek up against the stone and look down the corridor one way and go the other side and look down the other. There is someone chained up on the torture rack now, though they're not doing anything. The figure from before is just kind of standing adjacent to it with its head tilted, and eyes slightly open. And the person on the rack, who you don't recognize, is topless and just littered with scars and wounds. They seem to be waiting for someone at the moment.
I guess in that case, I'm gonna make it look like I have my manacles back on and wait for a few minutes, see if somebody comes by.
The jailer does, in fact, after a few minutes, come by and she looks into your cell for a moment. Give me a deception. She stops for a moment and she takes a closer look at your cell. What's your reaction to that? She kind of scoots close to the bars and starts looking around the room.
I guess I'll just do what I've done with everybody else and just glare at them.
Okay.
I doubt I'm gonna be able to like intimidate her into not looking, but
give me your choice of a performance, intimidation, or deception.
Well, I'm equally good at all of those, so go with intimidation.
You stare her down, and she narrows her eyes as you do. She'll scoff, and then turn away and walk down the hallway. Her footsteps will fade, and screaming will begin shortly after.
Well, I guess now the screaming's begun, I probably have a couple of minutes. So I guess I'll try and treat wounds myself again.
Okay.
Yes, I'll just roll a medicine, because the result's going to be the same either way.
Okay. Yeah, it works.
Okay. Okay. Now I'm at almost full health.
Feel much stronger now. You're able to tend to a lot of the scars and wounds that you got from that sudden horrific encounter out on the fields. And though you're not quite sure exactly where you are or how in the hell you're going to get back, at the very least, you're no longer feeling so bereft of energy. The difficulty class of all of the traps and encounters in this area have been lowered a bit accordingly.
Alright.
Now that you're no longer feeling quite so hopeless and battered.
I need to figure out what phase 2 of this plan is to escape. The only idea currently is wait till the page guy comes by again, see if I can get him to come back into the cell, and then just mug him for the keys.
Get your CQB on.
I mean, that's probably gonna be the easiest person that walks by that's gonna have keys.
Okay. You get yourself back up. You lay the manacles on your wrists and get yourself in a position, but you don't close the manacles, so your hands are still free. You wait for the jailer to come by, and it's not too difficult to get him to get back into the chamber, although he's much more wary than last time. But he's also kind of angry at you, so provoking him isn't too hard. Give me an intimidation. It will slough into the chamber and close and lock the door behind it. And its skull will lower a bit, menacingly. A black spear will start oozing out from its side, along with the hand to hold it. And it will charge forward and pierce you, or attempt to. What is your AC?
28.
It's able to strike you, and as it does so, you feel the strength suddenly getting pulled out of your body. You take 14 necrotic damage. Well, not necrotic, necromancy damage, and you gain drained 1. It is adjacent to you currently, with a sneer more or less across its face as it's enjoying twisting the spear inside you a little bit.
Well, I guess I'm gonna pop my hands out of the cuffs and try and stab it.
All right. Gonna attack it, or you're gonna try and choke it out or whatever.
I mean, choking it out would probably be a skill check that I'm not very good at, unless it would just be athletics.
Usually athletics, yeah, for grapple-based stuff.
Yeah, then I guess I'll try and choke it out.
All right. Give me athletics. Be versus its base reflex, which is not that high. However, you grab your bicep and the crease of your arm underneath its throat and squeeze. It's got a somewhat humanoid-like appearance, and its skull rests on something like a neck, so you figure it's got to have some sort of windpipe. But as you squeeze down, it just kind of jellifies underneath your grip. You're able to kind of like flatten it and narrow the strand leading up to its face to like a cord, and its skull will drop. But unfortunately, it is immune to the condition of unconscious, and it will raise its head to start to scream. Give me a perception. Suddenly, everything will go black, and you can't hear anything. You can still see just the faint outline of your body, but there's now a thick darkness pressing down on you. The body that's in your arms goes suddenly limp. And we'll get back to you later. How did you enjoy your short prison break attempt?
Well, it seemed to go pretty poorly.
Hey, you're at mostly full health at the very least.
Yeah.
And if not for the drained 1, you'd be at full stats too. Drained is going to be a status penalty to your con checks.
Yeah, that's what I
and
thought was there was what, -2 to con.
and you also lose 1 hit point. I'm sorry, 10 hit points because of drained, and your max HP went down by the same amount. Getting a full night's rest will get rid of that drained.
Mm-hmm. Can restoration also get rid of those? I can't remember.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I can actually. So that's nice. As soon as I get back to somewhere I can cast magic, I can just do that.
You can kind of just roll out of that spot, presuming things haven't gone horribly wrong, and just cast it, yeah.
Well, I guess that also takes a minute, but...
Oh, yeah, it does.
Oh, I guess actually, if we get, I think 1 or 2 more levels, I can also stop Kios from being permanently doomed from his ring.
Unfortunately, anything short of a wish is unable to remove his current doomed conditions. He's very doomed because he took those doomed on willingly.
Well, I'll still live after.
Yeah, I was about to say it doesn't really affect him much.
Yeah, it just makes you much more prone to dying.
Which is also probably good because I don't know where I'd find 100 gold of diamond dust, or just 100 gold in general.
I'm sure there's something.
Entire campaign.
I'm sure you can find 100 gold lying somewhere around the king's castle. The kingdom's not doing that poorly in finances.
Just sell some drapes or chairs or something I loot from the castle. Not nailed down.
That'd be difficult with there being, nobody currently present. On the plus side, there's also nobody to stop you.
It's simple. I'll just take the chairs, go to a shop, leave the chairs, and then rob the guy.
I determined this chair to be worth 100 gold. Thanks. How you doing today, Kios?
We're all right. The second vaccine is hitting me kind of hard, but
Ooh. You feeling all right?
yeah,
Like
it's just like a whole bunch of fatigue. Like I'm always super fucking tired, but now I'm extra super fucking tired.
Oof.
That's all.
Sorry, man.
It's all right.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's worth it.
But
That's
I know it
true.
was crummy for like a good 2 or 3 days after I got mine.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, I got mine the Thursday before Easter, so I just took that Friday off and relaxed all weekend.
That's a good way to do it.
Yeah. Did also hear though that the Johnson & Johnson has shown that it causes blood clots in people's brains.
Yeah.
Yep. It's like 6 out of a couple 100,000,
Yeah.
but it's still, So, yeah.
But all those have been in the first 14 days, and it's 14 days from when I got it tomorrow, so
Yep.
hopefully won't drop dead.
Hey, Vincent.
Yo.
How's it going?
So, how you guys doing?
Doing okay.
Decent.
Reynald just attempted to break out of prison.
Emphasis on the attempted.
Hey, it was a good attempt. You're not a sneaky thief sort of character who's well suited to being like
say,
by.
for the fact that my highest bonus on most of those rolls was 4, I did pretty decent.
I'd say. Get this guy here. So I'm just waiting for Marv at the moment. And once he's here, we're gonna roll around over to you guys with Cole, whose axe is currently buried into the compound wall. You guys have picked up a new party member. And he is going to function presently as a DMPC, but he will be friendly to you guys and will generally accept commands. Why did Marv's vision get reset? Let me fix that. Oh, speak of the devil. Hey, Marv.
Yeah. Hey.
How's it going, sir?
Kind of tired.
That seems to be going around today. Alrighty. Right, sweet. So when you guys are ready, we will begin.
Set.
You emerge from the brush and tree, wondering how to find Colborne. As you ponder what you just witnessed in the forest, which was Sashula's grave. On the way back, you briefly discussed how it would be unfortunate if he knew that you were the cause of that. And as it turns out, as you clear the impression, arrive at the compound, with his axe buried into the wall, a chill runs down your spine as you worry, oh, he might know already. A mountain of a man stands before you, muscles rippling down his sides. An absolute giant, even for a Grinnin. He's so large, he's actually large. And he is a veteran of many conflicts, you can tell from the scars across his body. He bears a strange sort of armor, crossed at his waist, which then wraps around his his shoulders, clasping them in a dark blue shiny plate armor. But the rest of his body is more or less kept uncovered. Buried into the wall is a smoking cold, which has a intense wave of magic pressure coming off of it. The wound that it has left on the compound is slowly frosting over. And you can see a number of vials on his belt as he stands in this clearing, staring at you guys with a very disapproving glare. His fingers wrapped around one of the bottles as he stares you down. He doesn't seem like he's in the mood for conversation. But you think you've got maybe one attempt to get him to back down.
Hey Cole. How you doing?
He doesn't answer. He kind of kicks with his back shoulders off the wall and comes to both feet.
Very sorry to
cracks his neck.
hear about Shashula. She was a great person. Really liked her.
Yeah, he says. I liked her too. You wouldn't happen to have known what happened to her.
No, honestly, I don't.
I mean,
He nods.
it's not even a lie, is it?
Not really.
Eh.
Alright, it's gonna be like that. He'll pull the thing that his fingers are around and he'll toss it on the ground. Want to try that again?
What did he pull out?
Some sort of bottle with this strange golden thick sludge in it.
I honestly have no clue what that is.
Well, it's a life-saving wax, he says as he takes a step forward. In that, if you take it, it might save your life. If you want to try that horrible excuse for a lie again.
Oh, it says, do you want me to drink it then? Is that what's happening?
Yes, that's what he's intoning.
Alright, yeah. I'll do it.
Alright, give me a fortitude save.
Oh boy.
I mean, is my memory horrible, or do we actually not? Because I don't think we know what specifically happened, right?
I mean,
We can guess.
I think it's essentially the contract we made killed her.
Oh, well.
We can.
Okay.
Because
I
she
mean,
was basically permanently in violation, living in the Godwood.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So it's possible that you haven't connected the dots, but the
Yeah.
dots are there and they're pretty close together.
yeah.
He's had an adventure to figure it out.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And he's not one to shy away from just going to visit a deity in their house and being like, hey, what's up? Okay, 20 is not bad. These are the effects. It's a thick orange cream. You immediately begin to have a headache. And your heart begins to pound. For the duration of this effect, which you're currently in stage 1, you gain the stupefied condition. And nothing further just yet. But let me check.
Which one is stupefied?
Don't worry for this effect.
There it is.
It is a status penalty to intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. It's the
Gotcha.
the mental enfeebled. So you will take poison damage and mental damage anytime you voluntarily and knowingly tell a lie.
Okay.
And you take that damage once per round, even if you lie several times in rapid succession.
All right.
You can choose to not answer or give only evasive, technically truthful answers. And it is a mental effect.
Okay. How about half lies?
If you know it's a lie.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think there's really, technically speaking, anything such as a half lie.
Yeah.
Like, you're either lying through omission or you're not.
Yep, you can be evasive, but if you give an answer, it has to be truthful, even if it's only technically truthful.
Okay.
The first stages, poison damage and mental damage, are both 3d6.
Oof.
And it will last a maximum of 6 minutes.
And that's if I lie.
If you lie.
Gotcha.
Well, if you knowingly lie.
If you'd like to know, he just used a level 14 consumable on you.
Oh,
no.
I'm flattered.
He seems to really want to know the answers here.
Cold hard truth might be our best option here.
Right. I mean, I'm not gonna lie about the contract.
Yeah, that's what I say. If I would have, yeah, I suppose I would have put it together at this point. Yeah. Just...
Would have you? Because I wouldn't have.
Well,
Did Reynald tell us?
Renault's kidnapped.
No,
I know,
I got kidnapped after before you found the grave.
Okay.
well,
So I think I
mean,
said something after you found it, but you wouldn't know that because I'm in prison.
I mean, we recently know that Shishula was in the Godwood, and we all were witness to all the stipulations we put in that contract, right?
Yeah.
What is
Yeah,
our
okay.
collective intelligence score?
I was about to say, I imagine if you have a higher than like 12 mental stat, you can probably kind of put together some dots.
Does anyone have higher
yeah,
than
see,
12 intelligence?
That's I was gonna say, that's a big if there, because
Nah,
I
I
don't.
would have then. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think Kios has like 18 in.
Yeah.
Barbarian, Booga Booga.
Kyorotos will take up another 5 feet as he places a hand on his sword. But he'll stop there.
Kind of forgot that he was there.
Colborne will look at him for a moment, then look back at you. Alright. Did you write some sort of stupid contract?
Yep.
And what was that contract?
What is the specific rules?
You just give him...
Yeah,
all the rules
I'd
you
give
wrote?
him like the specific rules.
He nods, his brow furrowing a bit. As he steps forward. He seems taller and larger now. Even though he's kind of... He's not like yelling or anything. You can see his veins are bulging.
What were the specific rules again? Because I don't remember them.
Specifically
the vague
verbatim. I don't
rules.
remember what they are verbatim.
Didn't we write them down somewhere?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
did
I'm
somewhere.
sure it's
I
on the
don't know.
text chat. I
Just
just
about to say, if you search Godwood, it should be one of the first things that pops up.
Well, no, I know for sure it got written down somewhere by someone. I know it did because I distinctly remember it, but who and where and when?
I've got
Yeah.
Don't attack another member of the Pantheon, preserve the Godwood like a national park, and treat all people with the same amount of respect that the gods expect. Are the three.
I
Would
feel
she
like-
would she be
ones.
directly in violation of it then?
She was frosting over and icing and killing a bunch of things that were around
Oh.
her.
Yeah, she
Oh.
was
Then
in
yes.
direct violation of 2.
Then yes, that would have been.
She was definitely squatting on that national park.
I feel like we didn't expect the park rangers to go shoot her for it. Though.
That wasn't what happened. It was more of just
She
got so
just
weakened that
died
she
instantly.
died.
Yep.
Yeah.
She lost her self-healing privileges and then went, "Oh shit, cancer."
Eh,
I just It was not our intention for her to immediately get unmade.
He'll- if you're saying that, he'll hold up a finger to shush you. He doesn't want to hear from you right now. He only wants to hear from Kios. How do you intend to repay those you've hurt?
Honestly, I didn't realize there were people that I hurt. But,
We stopped Gyros from destroying the world. I mean,
yeah, that was the main reason that we did this. So, it was like hurt a couple people or have the entire world end.
Yeah, he nods, rolling his tongue around in his mouth as he furrows his brows. Yeah. That's about what I thought.
But, no, we are sorry about Shishula. We didn't really think of that as a potential side effect. You know, we were trying just to, you know, not have everybody die.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, what do you want from us? You know, I'm down to hear ideas of how I can, make it up to you.
can we?
Well, he says as he takes one more step forward. Right now, I think I need some physical satisfaction.
Beating the shit out of me? Is that what you're...
His knuckles will crack. For a start.
You know, you're a really big guy, and I don't think I can survive you beating the shit out of me. Can you beat the shit out of Vincent instead?
I'll take it.
Oh, don't worry. I've got plenty of ass beating in here.
Do I just fucking take it?
I mean,
I don't think you're gonna be able to take it and live.
eh,
Because it doesn't seem like the type of beating that you're gonna come back from.
Yikes.
Says Renault's voice in your head.
says the voice of reason. Just what shreds of conscience you have left.
The hairs on the back of your neck stand. You can feel it coming even though he hasn't even begun to move to throw his punch.
Can I gate a portal to the moon?
Yeah, do you want to try?
Right underneath him, yeah.
Wait, don't we need his help? Didn't we come here for
Nah,
his
fuck
help?
this.
Hold on.
He's dying now. He's about to beat the shit out of
You
me.
can't just
Wait.
portal to him to
I mean, now you're thinking with portals, but
The moment you send that command, his fist is already in your stomach. He sends you flying back 5 feet.
Oof.
1 second, sorry. Y'all's visions got reset. There we go. Now you should be able to see.
Oh, mine never changed.
Oh, did I not?
Uh,
Did I not fix yours? I thought I fixed yours. Yeah, yours is okay.
Well, yeah.
Kios's was only the 5 feet around him.
Yeah.
Oh. Eh.
okay, really quickly, I want to ask you guys about just because I know this is a bad time, but I've been looking for a new GPU, and this one keeps going in and out of stock. Buy it or not? Is the price right, etc. What are you guys' thoughts? Just, I know this is a bad time.
I just try and stay the fuck away from all of that stuff right now.
It's honestly not a bad price for what things are right now.
Alright, then go for it.
Wait, what do you think? I don't know.
It's a tough call, man.
If it makes a difference, this is my. Oh wait. It makes a difference. Let me show you my.
How much is it right now?
It's
to buy?
$470, and then $10 shipping.
Yeah, see, that's. I feel like it.
If it makes a difference, this is my current video card, which is kind of sad, but
Ooh, that is a little old.
yeah.
I mean, I'm running a 970 right now, so...
Well, I'm of two minds of it, because on the plus side, that is affordable, where things have been unaffordable lately, and
Yeah.
the conditions driving prices up are unlikely to change in a short-term fashion. But on the other side, game developers know this, and so nobody's really bumping up their specs right now.
Mm,
This is
okay.
like like one generation behind newest gen card, right? Like it's a good card. What are your thoughts on like Asus GeForce and all that?
I stick with NVIDIA products, so I don't know too
NVIDIA
much about
products?
Radeons and
Yeah.
ATIs.
So I was gonna say AMD has a really weird scheme
Yeah.
for their. Yeah.
I think this. Wait, the card I'm looking at is NVIDIA. I think what I currently have is. What I currently have is.
Radeon.
Yeah,
AMD. Yeah.
AMD. Yeah.
You currently have the Radeon, or are you trying to get the Radeon?
I currently have the Radeon, and I'm looking at the Asus GeForce.
Oh, I think I have Asus GeForce, and I haven't had any problems with it. I've been liking it.
Okay, 68 bludgeon, and you gain the sickened one condition.
Wow.
He'll say, try that again.
Yeah, no, I'm
Can I
good.
Can I get somebody with vision on this map?
Oh yeah. Let me get you a spot.
Turn down the.
Not that I'm not going to be involved in the fight, but that way.
Yeah, you may
I
as well
can
be able to
see
see it. Let me get you a box seat. Dun.
Thank you.
And this token is unconscious. Okay, you still have the remainder of your actions, Kios?
Fuck.
Oh, you're currently prone. Sorry.
Yikes, dude. I can't take another hit. I'll die.
Mm,
Oh, the guidance picture changed. So did shield.
Mm-hmm. I just updated to the latest Pathfinder 2. They changed and fixed a whole bunch of spells and back-end stuff for active conditions.
I can just create demiplane right now.
Bye.
No, I already created the demiplane, so what is it to enter the demiplane?
It would take time. That's basically your restraint at the moment. Is it would take time.
Are we fighting this guy?
It's up to you guys.
Well, he seems to be fighting you.
yeah, I was gonna say I don't know. I mean, I don't personally have any beef with him. It seems like he wants to murder us really hard, but I don't like. I'm pretty sure he can just knock every one of us out in 1 to 2.
But I can't. I don't get
punches.
knocked out. I die.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though.
How many actions do I have left?
2.
2. I guess I'll just pop guidance on myself, and
Fair enough.
and shield.
Yep, that's also fair. Alright, you can use spells reaction against magic missile spells. That's neat. Alright, cool. Next up, this guy. He is just going to go straight in. Normal. Both of these swings come in, and it's like he's fighting the tide. With each swing, Colborn is already dancing out of the way. It's like he's ahead of everyone's turn. Speaking of turns, all right. How mad is he right now? Madness save. Nope, still mad. Doesn't care about Kirotos. Marv, the hair on the back of your neck stands.
Oh.
And before you even see it coming in, it's already in your gut.
Hmm.
He'll choose to deal normal damage instead, for purposes you're not sure of. He pulls his punch at the last moment. You get knocked back into Vincent and then bounce back into your space, and gain the sickened condition.
Mm-hmm.
You see his muscles ripple as he pulls down to his belt, pops the cork on one of the various things that he's got, and he downs it. That's his turn. Now it's yours.
Well, I suppose I'm just going to try not to stand there and retch and you know, like, just put my hands up and I'm like, okay, I deserve that, and then run way over here.
He gets an attack of opportunity if you flee.
Yeah, I kind of figure, but
Coward, he yells.
I mean, yeah, you call me what you will, but
Oh,
I
no!
don't like. Oh, that's annoying.
Oh, that's bad. Deafened.
Well.
You turn to run, and he claps you upside the head. We'll do critical damage.
Well, I mean, at that point, I'm already unconscious. Then that's yeah.
Plus
What are
that, it
instant
wasn't
death rules?
Wasn't a sword.
You are at 0 and unconscious.
Okay, so not.
But you move the full length of your move.
Oh, okay. So he just knocked me that far. Okay.
Yep.
Alright.
Fair enough. Vincent, things are going bad quickly.
Yeah. I mean, we need his help, honestly. And if this is what it takes, then this is what it takes. I don't think he's gonna. If he kills us, there's not much we can do about it.
Yeah, that's my mindset. Is like, I mean, I don't want him to kill us, but I don't really think I have an option. So I just get as far away, you know. Like, he kind of angry.
Did we rest before this? I don't remember. Am I
Nope.
at full HP?
Y'all have been. I presumed y'all have been going full bore because you don't want to rest because that leaves Reynald in a precarious situation.
Yeah.
I guess I will rage.
Fair enough. By the way, you can tell as a barbarian, this guy has been raging the entire time.
Yeah.
He's also a barbarian.
I don't want to hit him honestly. I'll just step forward. I'll just. There's nothing I can do about it, so this is. Puff my chest out and get ready.
Yeah, you just brace yourself and.
Give me an intimidate.
Intimidate. If it matters, I have the intimidating glare feature.
Yeah, you can just glare at him. You don't even have to say anything.
I'll stare him down.
That prompts a will save. Okay, DC goes down, but he's still mad. You've got one more action.
Matt, is hitting him gonna help resolve this situation? It doesn't feel like it will.
You don't know.
I mean, let's see.
He's undoing all of your hard work, Randall.
This bastard. Also, I looked it up. Instant death is if you take more than double your max HP in one blow.
Oh, okay. So that's
So,
significant. Yeah, okay.
Very, very hard to do.
Yeah. You
Although
have
there
to...
are other effects that if they drop you to 0, they can
Okay.
instantly kill you. But
Yeah, but
they all
yeah.
have a death tag.
Blue sparkling spirits will wisp from nothing and surround you. You are now a small cohort of barbarians who are all glaring back at him.
Oh.
You see a little smirk form on his lip. A recognizing smirk. Kios.
Fuck.
A cloud goes overhead, plunging the area into darkness.
I'm gonna try and banish him.
Ooh, okay. He will try that will save.
Is my guidance gone? I think it is.
Does
Yeah,
it
until the start
last?
of my next turn. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, guidancing yourself is kind of not very useful
Unless
you're
you know that you're
immediately
about to get
cleansing
attacked.
afterwards.
Ooh, do you have anything that boosts your DC?
Do I have a hero point?
Oh, did you spend an extra action? Is this a full action, 3 action?
Oh yeah, sure.
All right. He takes a -2 circumstance penalty to his save, which makes that a 28 versus 29. Let's see.
It is
Tardy's just banished. He will fall to a knee, and he'll kind of, you'll see his eyes burst for a moment, and then he'll drop to a elbow as the axe behind him just explodes out of existence. He's kind of heaving. He did not enjoy that. But he doesn't have his axe.
Well, he hasn't really been needing it.
I was gonna say, I don't
He's just
think
been
he
punching
needs his
us.
axe. Yeah.
Fuck, that's my turn then.
He's going to use his athletics to try and restrain him. Kilotis will hop on his back and, with both of his arms, tries to grab the barrel-like neck of this guy and just wrenches it up while tightening. Ah! Down, you bastard!
Tell me how the grass tastes, small man.
Alright, he gains enfeebled. He starts to choke a little bit. It's his turn. He can't use any of his actions this turn. Marv, you are still unconscious.
Okay.
No dying saves, though.
Mm.
Vincent.
Oh, so that was non-lethal. Okay.
I guess. I guess I help grapple him.
Sure, yeah. Give me an athletics.
That's something I hadn't considered. Considering instant death rules, if you take over double your max health and non-lethal damage, is it still non-lethal?
By the effects, the damage is lowered to
Oh.
where you would drop unconscious. So
Yeah,
yeah.
I think
Oh.
non-lethal damage is just to drop you to 0.
Okay.
All right. It's versus his Fortitude DC, and your roll was 40. 40 beats 27. He is restrained.
Right? I don't know. Snap
You feel
out.
like you've basically got a bull by the horns. He's not happy to be restrained.
What would Shashula have wanted?
Ooh, demoralization. Okay. Kios.
Right, well, I spent my banishment. Doing non-lethal stuff. Bro, I can just fucking animate Shashula's corpse.
It's quite a ways away.
Oh damn.
that would definitely give him some saves. Probably not the ones you want though.
Yeah, no. Mm.
Hey asshole, here's your dead wife.
I suppose I just pop open a spiritual guardian.
Let's see. It would just start immediately attacking him.
Does it attack?
Yeah, makes a strike.
Attacks.
Let's
No,
say
then
I
I'm not
think
gonna do
Spiritual
that.
Guardian either attacks.
I
or
thought I was gonna
attacks.
try and have it grapple him, help assist grappling him. I don't think I can do that though.
No,
Yeah.
because it's
I
not really
just
a creature. It's
yeah.
just kind of a weapon.
It's a person-shaped
yeah.
weapon, yeah.
Yeah.
I would just point him in the direction it flings itself. Then I'll do this instead.
Okay, yeah. What level of spell is this?
I think. I don't know. It's an innate spell. So
I think it's heightened to highest then, so I think it's 5th.
Fifth then.
Okay. With 5th, you have level 5 creatures. Let me get you plant or fungus trait. Where are you shooting for?
I suppose like here-ish. Depends on if it's larger than that. My options are larger, then it's going to be back here a little bit more.
Okay. Do you have a particular desire for what it is meant to do, or traits that it has?
I just wanted to grapple.
Okay, so something that has high athletics or grapple specifics. It has to have fungus or plant, and it is level 5.
I think the Basidrond would be good. It's got plus 13 athletics.
F12, F13. Yeah, I think the Basidrond is your bet here.
Probably.
Yeah, even the wizard sponges aren't.
It's just a little bit worse. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Calling in a Basidrond. Those, by the way, because it doesn't have a picture associated, are basically giant pitcher plants.
I have a picture. Hold on.
I shall beat you to it. Wah.
Oh, mine was loading. Damn.
Yeah, both of those are good takes on it. It will appear, and let's see. You wanted it like as close to him as possible?
Yeah, and since I think it's a medium, so right there.
You got it. You point at the ground, and a pitcher-like creature will erupt from the dirt and immediately shamble over and try and grab him with its fronds. Athletics. Versus... So that's 28 versus his base. Yeah. In his current position, he's unable to offer up enough resistance, and it also adds to the DC of his restraints. He's shuddering against the combined weight.
That was 2 actions. No, that was 3. Never mind. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. This guy maintains his grapple. He will attempt to choke him out. That is exactly his fort save right now. His incapacitation grows. By 2 stages. Sir's turn, he has to make a will save. Oof. Pretty shitty. He can't lose the raging condition, but he drops to a knee. He is now prone. Marv is still out. Vincent. You notice that he's like reaching shakily down to his belt.
I guess I just keep helping choke him out? Is he like... He's on the verge of unconsciousness, right? Or...
You're not sure. He's acting weirdly. He's not acting like you would expect someone who's about to just drop is. But he's definitely getting shaky.
Can I give him a clean slap in the face? You know, like the classic wake up, what are you doing?
Are you trying to wake him up?
Well, you know, like, get in your right mind, need to save the world, not beat each other up.
Wake up, samurai, we got a city to burn.
Yeah, we got a city to burn. One of those.
Give me an intimidate. And a D4.
Okay. Could've been better.
Intimidate doesn't go through, but the 4 bludgeon damage does. There's not even a slight reddening where you slapped. It was like slapping a sculpture. Kind of hurts. Your hand stings a little bit.
Understandable. If he's trying to reach for his belt, can I attempt to stop him from reaching for his belt?
You're kind of already trying to do so with your athletics.
Okay. Do I need to roll that again, or...?
Give me an intelligence.
Oh no.
Give you a potential moment of brilliance.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh?
So his belt is held on by a buckle, which has a single iron rod going through punched leather. You're pretty sure that with him currently restrained, you could just basically take his belt off and throw it away. So you can't even reach anything.
Yeah, I'll do that then.
Okay, it'll take 2 actions, which is the remainder. But you quickly unhook his belt and toss it, and he'll about it. Plans ruined. None of the potions are damaged. Back around top, Kios.
Where did the potion bag get thrown?
Like right here.
I'm gonna go over there and pick up the potion bag.
All right, cool. Give me
And then a 5-foot step back.
Give me a occultism. To rapidly identify a couple of the things on here. He doesn't have that anymore because it was expended. So these are elixirs mainly. There's a substance that you don't quite understand, and then in a kind of a golden amberish bottle wrapped with golden cord and a gold cork. There's written in a language you don't understand something. You're not sure what that is, but it looks important. It's slightly transparent, and the liquid inside it is sparkling as if it were full of stars.
What do we think, boys? Am I down in this? Unknown liquid?
I mean, when's that ever gone wrong?
You can't drink the potion if there's no potion to drink.
That just reminded me. I know this is like a kind of. I know this is a thing in AD&D, but is this a thing in Pathfinder or normal where like potion miss ability? I know that was like a whole thing in AD&D.
Hey, I'm gonna pop this shit in my shadow.
Fair enough. You drop that into your shadow, and it greedily devours it.
Is that all my actions? I think so.
That was a move, an interact to grab, and then you dropped it into your shadow. So yep, I think that's 3.
Alright, and then my fungus is gonna keep on grappling, and suppose if it can do more, then it will try and help choke out this guy. But
Yep, it will keep trying to do so. Ooh, those are some strong fronds. You can hear the tightening of vine against flesh. It sounds almost like a tree trunk that's groaning and about to crack. It feels more like it feels at this point like it's less trying to choke him out and more trying to break him. That's the level of force it's having to apply. Gains 2 more grades. He kind of falls on one of his arms and he shakily gets back up, his mouth foaming a little bit. His eyes are starting to turn red with blood. He's staring you down, Gios.
I mean, I'll yell just like, dude, fucking stop. We have other things to do. The world is about to end again, and so Shashula would have died for nothing. Alright? So stop.
Killer's host will look at you saying that, and he's right. He'll quickly draw a sigil in the air, and then you'll see. Sorry, Vincent. You're holding on to him right now. Give me a fortitude save for your wrist. It's like an invisible hand just reached up from the ground and grabbed everything. He immediately slams into the dirt, where you can see the ground starting to kind of cave in a bit, as a dark purple outline is streaking upwards from his body, and he groans in exertion. He feels like he just quadrupled in weight. His whole musculature is shaking now, and his head is beginning to shake wildly. It's his turn. One more will save, probably. His eyes are starting to roll up in the back of his head. He's still hanging on. Marv is out. Vincent.
Well, we just keep on keeping on. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Fair enough. I'll give him one more fort save. Kios? I assume that you continue with the fronds and whatnot?
Yeah. I don't want it to, like, pop his head off or anything, so just, like, I guess maintain the level of...
Okay. It'll relax a little bit as it stops trying to tighten. And with a shuddering clap, his whole body will just fall limp on the ground. He's not moving.
He dead?
His eyes shakily are looking at you, but he's not able to move his body.
I suppose I would do, like, preliminary evaluation, do some medicine on him.
Give me a occultism. This is going to be a very hard, but ooh, you got it. You learn a couple of things from this experience. It is impossible to render Colborn unconscious while he is raging, and he is always raging.
Oh.
However, if he would gain the unconscious condition, he instead becomes paralyzed. until what gave him the unconscious condition is removed.
Oh.
I'll be like, I'm really sorry about this, Colborn. You know, I didn't want to hurt you or, you know, harm you in any way, but you did almost fucking kill me with a single punch. And you were gonna kill everybody else here, so...
You can see his muscles trying to twitch, but he's just not able to say or do anything in response to that.
Yeah, sorry about that. I am really sorry about what happened to your wife, and, you know, I truly am, but we have bigger fish to fry. We gotta, you know, prevent the world from being destroyed yet again. So, they'll then go over to Marv's, and I'll try and, like, I don't know, I can't really medicine him. Kilratos, you got any medicine?
He looks at you as if you've just asked a thief if they've got any life-giving elixirs. He shakes his head. Afraid not.
I'll pull out the belt, and I'll hand it to him and go, do you recognize any of these?
He's not much of a crafter, but he'll try. He says as he looks at them. He points at the red one. Well, this is an elixir of life, I believe.
Alright.
But I don't know the others.
Thank you. Take the belt back, and then give the elixir of life to Marv's.
Marv's, you regain 47 hit points. And a +2 item bonus to saving throws against diseases and poisons for 10 minutes.
Alright.
Welcome back.
Suppose I just get up, try not to throw up. Alright.
Oh, that only persists for a round, so you're good.
Okay.
So do we want to, like, gate him into my demi-plane or something like that?
The angry man?
Yeah. Like, what do you guys think? Before he becomes unparalyzed.
So as long as somebody's, like, basically continuously choking him out, he can never become unparalyzed at the moment.
Can he blink?
No.
Can he move his eyes?
A little bit, but not much.
Alright, I'm gonna walk over to him and I'm gonna say, look up as much as you can.
He continues staring at you.
Look down as much as you can.
He continues staring at you.
Alright, this isn't gonna... I'm trying to form a method of communication where you're not gonna kill us in 2 minutes.
He drools a little.
Alright, well...
He wants to kill you in 2 minutes.
I'm popping him into my demi-plane. I'll be right back. I'll just grab hold of him and then poof! And
Yeah,
then a
fair
second
enough.
later, poof back on in.
So, you guys will gain some experience for subduing Cole. Colborn is worth a significant amount, as you might expect, I imagine. He is worth 120 experience points, so everyone gets 120 experience points.
Alright.
Except for Renault. He doesn't get jack shit.
No, he still gets it.
Ah. Had to ruin it.
Yeah, I'm terrible. Tantalizingly close to level up for some of you, I imagine.
Yeah.
But not quite there. You drag him into your unique plane.
Did you add it, or are we adding that?
I
I
added
added- Yeah, go ahead and add it to yours.
So 120, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Go find something worth 32 XP.
Kill the rabbit. All right. Kios, you drag him off to your demi-plane. As the rest of the party takes a couple of moments to regain their breath. The axe is back, by the way. It kind of shudders back into existence and falls to the ground.
Somebody, does it fit in a bag of holding, or is it too big?
It's a little big for a bag of holding.
What's the weight on it?
Let's see. This is a 3 bulk item.
Alright.
It also has an extremely strong feeling of magic.
I'll take out my mentalist staff out of my shadow, and I'll hand it to somebody that has a bag of holding.
Mm-hmm.
Who has it?
Whoever you like.
Both of them I have bags of holding.
Yeah.
Alright, well,
I also have that secured backpack still, which isn't technically a bag of holding, but
I put it on the ground somewhere, but I have no clue where it is.
Put what on the ground, sorry?
The staff of... I don't even remember anymore. We're in trouble.
No, the mentalist
staff, yeah.
Oh, you just don't have it in your inventory?
Well, I dragged it onto the ground and it didn't pop up, so...
Oh, no problem. I can get you a new one.
But I'm just clearing out that space so I can pop his axe into my shadow.
Okay. The moment it enters, you gain the following conditions.
Holy fuck.
I
Be back in a sec. I'm gonna pop into my demi-plane, drop it off for him, and then pop back.
Great, there you go. It's in your shadow and all that hits.
Alright, well, can I get into my demi-plane again and then just drop off the axe for him?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll do that.
You lose Drained 4, Enfeebled 4, and Stupefied 4.
I'm still sickened and flat-footed. Oh no, that's from the prone.
Yeah, the Sickened goes away, and the Prone will go away too. As will the Stupefied and Enfeebled.
Back to
And
just
drained.
being doomed. I
Yep.
think I am enfeebled 1. Not enfeebled. Yeah, enfeebled 1. Let me see here.
Yeah, those go away.
No,
You're
I have 1 for my occult curse.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, because they haven't had a rest to drop his curse level at all.
There you go. Your new conditions. Oh, and your mentalist staff. Sorry.
I'll just take that mentalist staff back then.
Yeah, fair enough. If you already have it loaded, then yeah, just drag it in. If not, I'll get it to you in a second.
No, I do not.
New week. Here it comes. Whoop. There you are.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. By the way, you can tell that is a... Obviously from the effects it had on you as well, but that is a powerful weapon that he's carrying around.
Oh yeah.
It feels similar in scope to power as your ring.
Oh. That powerful.
In case you're wondering, those effects apply to anyone that is an outsider compared to Cole. Which is pretty much everyone and everyone that will be on this plane. Okay, so you drag him back to your plane, and then after dropping off his axe, What's in?
I think I found your mentalist staff.
Yeah.
Somehow ended up on this page.
Oh, well. This is the extra dimensional space.
There it is.
But
Hmm.
it's just here.
Hmm.
That's alright. You got a new one, so. Okay, let me unconscious Reynal. Speaking of Hume, Reynal.
Yes.
They're in the darkness. Two dark purple eyes will slowly come into view, brightening as they do. Behind, or rather in front of them, excuse me, are also similarly purple bangs, and a very strangely dressed woman is crouched by you. Her hand is placed on the ground next to the creature. This is Asahi Cho.
Oh.
Getting a bit ahead of yourself.
Yeah.
Well, nothing can be done about it now. She grabs your hand and, good, you got them unshackled. Hurls you to your feet. Come on, we've got out of here. We've got to get out of here.
Do we have time to get the other gods from our world that are imprisoned here, or?
She looks at your eyes for a moment. Give me a perception. You can see that she's conflicted about it, but she feels resolute to get you out. You can tell that she's having a bit of an internal debate right now, but you're pretty sure she's going to land on the side of getting you out as soon as possible.
Yeah, so I'll take that as a probably not.
She looks down. There's just no time. She walks over to the door, and with a snap, the shell of darkness will disintegrate. But not the shell of silence, which persists. She'll look down the hallway both ways and produce a key from her robe, and will unlock the cell door, and creaks it open a bit, looking at you. All right. And she begins to give you directions on how to escape the place. It's in the liking of, you need to go down this hall, take a left, then go up the stairs. On the second landing, there's going to be a couple of guards there. Wait for them to turn at my signal. You'll know it when you hear it. At that time, you're going to want to turn left, run down that hallway. There's going to be 2 doors in front of you. Open the first one, knock on the second. Whenever someone responds on the other side, let them pass. You're going to walk into the other room where the other ones are currently being distracted. Go past there, then up those stairs, down that corridor, to the other sides of those doors, and wait for me there. I'm assuming you're committing all of that to memory.
Yeah.
And she'll have you repeat it back to her a few times as she looks back and forth down the hall to make sure you've got it. Give me a wisdom. You feel like you got a pretty good grasp on it. She'll nod in approval. All right, good. You're going to have to be very careful from here. If you get caught, there's not going to be much I can do.
Belt is not optional for this mission.
As long as you keep to those directions, you should be safe. And she looks back down the corridor. See what I can do about the others. Once you're safe. But that bead, she says as she reaches at your scabbard and holds it, this has to reach the new Nadasetko.
Got it.
If you have to leave me here, then do so. she looks into your eyes, and wants you to basically promise. You can either promise or give me a deception.
Say that's really not something Renault wants to promise. So I guess I'll try a deception.
Fair enough. You'll nod, and she takes a moment to breathe and kind of searches that out for the untruth, and then she'll be distracted by something. And all right, go now. She'll walk down the hall. You see her pulling out a long, thin metal rod from her coat.
Yeah, I mean, I'll start going through the direction she gave me.
All right. This place is filled with a dark, depressing energy. It feels like it's trying to sap the life right out of you. It's far more intense here in the hall than it was in your cell, and far more intense than it was earlier in the day. There's a dim, pallid, almost bone-colored glow to the room where the people were being tortured before, and the rack has been removed. In its place, there is a strange obelisk. Written on it in gold letters is something in a language that you're not familiar with. But it has been, it looks like splashed with blood almost, which is now stained its surface and crusted on it and cracked. It's surrounded by a variety of black candles, which are burning softly. Leaving it behind, you continue following the directions and go up the stairs. Ever so often, there's a little slit that lets you look out into the landscape beyond, and you can see that the world is shifting. Almost as if it was on the whole world was shifting sand. Dunes appear and collapse and spread out and then spike up and then collapse again. It's like seeing waves if they were concentrated into spikes roiling across a very strange ocean. And dark clouds loom overhead, crackling with blue energy, which occasionally strike down into the landscape around you, creating instantly planes of glass where it does. Heading up the stairs, you can hear a number of people chattering to themselves and lowly. All folks dressed in black robes, carrying heavy, weighted amulets on gold chain. As you get to the door and open it, you wait for a moment, and then there is a rumbling in the building, and shortly thereafter, a deafening clap of explosion. All of them rush over to the nearby window to figure out what's going on, and you take that as your cue. Through the door, and then you knock at the second. The guard on the other side, dressed in dark plate, which is stained with some sort of black-purple glowing essence, will step through and, with his long black spear, look quickly around and then walk into the other room to also ascertain what's going on. Before long, you're out that room into the adjoining hallway, up the stairs, and into the giant 50-foot wide hallway, lined every 20 feet with giant black obsidian pillars that stretch some 100 feet to a curved roof, where stand, kind of reaching down to below, white statues that kind of almost meld out of the roof. Various sorts of Aravastians reaching out to a center point of the room, which is ringed in a circle of columns, dead center to this hallway, where sits a statue of a figure with no face, just a hood, who is holding a staff planted firmly in front of them, with a strange, almost thorny look to it, occasionally jutting off in strange, irregular angles before it reaches a large, flat-bladed tip. This whole hallway is lit by tiny blue spirits, which are flitting around in the darkness. And you can see various people moving back and forth, some of them chanting, others consulting their holy symbols. And all of them, by the way, are of that Ankh. You're before long spirited to the other side by quick feet and wait at the giant 30-foot tall black wood doors and knock softly and wait. There is a blowing of wind that buffets them for a moment, and the door will creak open. You'll see Asahi's fingers reach pale into the black darkness and beckon you forward and out of this place.
I'll follow.
When you step out, your lungs begin to fill with an acid air. Every breath is agony. It's like you've got dust stuck inside your body now, which refuses to leave and grates inside of your skin. It's an agonizing experience, and for half a second, you're almost brought to your knees. Give me a fortitude save. With your armpit around her shoulder, she's able to hoist you back up, and you start to, in fading flashes, regain consciousness. She's leading you down these huge black basalt stairs that wind back and forth out into a stone plaza with additional columns, which go out some 80 feet before they start to crumble and fade into dust, and a wide red expanse beyond it. Perhaps 2 miles away, there is a shining red circle, the portal from which you guys originally came through. And overhead, you're hearing the beating of dread wings. She helps you come to your feet and gets your armpit off her shoulder. She grabs you by both shoulders and looks deep into your eyes. "Remember your promise," she says, and pushes you a bit towards the ring.
I guess I'm gonna head towards the ring.
You quickly scamper your way down through the plaza, and before long you're nearing the dune to the other side. She's some 60 to 70 feet away now, and her eyes have been fixed on the sky. Her arm is out, and the thin metal rod that she had before is glowing slightly. She's waiting with gritted teeth at the thing that is above, and she's slowly tracking it. You can see 2 leathery wings breaking the clouds occasionally, red scaled. She notices your pause and urges you to continue forward.
I'll keep going.
You clear the dune head and are quick to the other side, sliding down the surface. And you feel the pull of vacuum as there's a sudden swoosh of something quickly slicing through the air and landing with a thunderous clap, quickly followed by a burst of light and fire, which erupts behind you, and a pained yelp.
I'm gonna keep going. I can't turn back now at this point, I guess.
Fair enough. You charge forward into the into the red dusty abyss, sloughing through this stuff which seems to depress further and further with every step. Where your feet used to only go in about half an inch, now they're sloughing into 2.5. It's like the whole place is made of quicksand the further you go out. It's getting tiring, and the meager amount of food that you're able to get in your chamber earlier is having difficulty fueling this escapade. Give me a fortitude save. But you're able to press on, gritting your teeth as the wind picks up and the horrible dust starts flooding into your lungs again, forcing you to cough ever so often. It's getting in your armor and your hair and your eyes and burying underneath your fingernails. It feels almost as if a giant hand that's just too large to actually hold you back, but is just large enough to try and stop you. Only about 50 feet remain, and you feel through the ground a giant explosion. And there's a flash of heat as the sand gets blasted forward in front of you. You stumble forward a few steps. The portal now some 30 feet ahead, and the plaza is some 400 feet behind.
I'm gonna keep pushing and try and make it through the portal, I guess.
Steeling yourself, you manage your way through the horrible acid dust, taking 6 acid as you do. But you stumble through the portal on the other side, nearly rolling and collapsing in exhaustion. Covered in sweat and heavy with this strange grime, you look back to see a black column of smoke rising and obscuring the whole of the temple. Where the plaza that you had escaped from is now reduced to a crater. No sign of your former compatriot or the giant winged beast in sight. The air trembles and crackles.
I guess I'm gonna try and get away from the portal, since if anything's coming after me, it's probably coming through that as well.
Fair enough. You struggle to your feet and are able to kind of walk your way out and close the door behind you. It doesn't feel all that safe, since now there's only but a wall and a door between you and that cursed place. You've no idea where your allies are, but the bead in your scabbard calls you still. And we'll get back to you. Kios, you have a very angry man in a demiplane.
Yeah, not entirely sure what to do about that, but we'll get there. So we came here to talk to him, right?
Yeah, to recruit him, hopefully. He certainly seems to be the fighter that you were told of.
So Killeratos, do you want to just jump into the demiplane and try and talk to him, or?
Like, he crosses his arms and looks away a bit. We don't have the best working relationship.
It's probably better than ours.
I doubt that, he says.
Okay. Anybody have any ideas? We could just teleport to the gate and then, like, I can pop into my demiplane, grab him, and pop back into, the fray. Just force him to be a part of this.
You're gonna be a part of this fight whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
You have become the mad scientist that deploys the big monster. It's just gonna rampage, so you just put it behind enemy lines.
Yep.
Of course, the problem will be that gate doesn't work in that place.
Oh yeah, but it does work in the plane right before it, though, doesn't it?
You're not sure. You haven't tried to gate from your manor into the place, but it didn't work while you were inside, at the very least.
Gotcha.
Did Did the plane work? I know the gate doesn't work, but did the plane, like the pocket dimension, work in the plane?
Didn't try it.
Okay. Well,
I think the theory on that was that the ability to go in and out of it is probably still just gate, just targeted.
yeah.
I got no ideas. You guys want to just pop back down and just say fucking YOLO? I mean, I kind of need to sleep though, seeing as I'm, inches from death. But I don't know if you guys want to take a rest.
I mean, I'm still a-okay, but I know you two. I mean, we'll look at the potion, right? So,
Yeah.
how's your HP looking?
Not too good.
Okay, well, both of you don't have a lot of HP then. Well,
There are 2 more of those potions.
Right, but I need my spells. I'm like almost out of at least all of my good ones.
you need a short rest or a long rest for spells to
Think
perfect?
long.
Do we know of anyone else who'd be willing to help the world not be ending?
No one that you think would be willing to travel the plains with you. Like, the Fergophin is probably the closest you guys have got. But he's very much going to just stay behind right now.
What if we go get Jake and Vance? They have never failed us.
If you can find them. You don't know where they are, and that could probably take a while to do as well.
If
They're
we,
also from our world, so they might be stuck as half-dead spirits.
true.
Currently.
I mean, we can just gate into their office and then look around, and if no one looks there, then we've wasted 20 seconds.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's what we'll do.
For long, you've a portal to Wizard's Peak in the interior of the former Felinorian Temple, which was converted into a governmental office. The place is barren. There are a couple of spirits stuck in corners, but there's a large congregation out front of folks who are mostly just sat there praying silently.
Yikes.
Are they spirits praying, or...?
Yep.
Okay, well, unhelpful.
Still haven't been able to find anyone who seems to exist not as a ghost yet here.
Would that apply to the Lauren as well if we teleported back to HQ?
Yeah, you can check it out, and there's nobody there that you can find, like none of the construction workers. You don't find Whisper of the Leaves, but you don't know where he is.
It's true.
You can check where he was at the castle, and you can give a quick look around there, but you don't see him there either.
It wasn't in this campaign where we had the room that long rest took shorter, right? That was earlier.
No,
I
it was
think.
this game. Well, it was,
Yeah,
it was last
in
campaign
the
with these characters.
that was in the house that was right out front of the massacre. We just kind of abandoned.
Let's teleport back there. Let's see.
Yeah, it's still there. The still somewhat wrecked house is nonetheless intact. It still has a busted open front door, but otherwise remains mostly unmolested. The spirit doesn't seem to be there, but the facilities seem functional.
How long was it? 2 hours for get your spells back long rest, or I don't remember
Yes.
what we did with that.
It was 2 hours.
Well, do
Basically, quarters the time.
we want to do that?
Yep. We'll do that.
All right. 2 hours nervously pass as you guys quickly make your preparations. Every minute and second of it, a worry. You hope that Reynald is still all right.
I'm sure he's fine.
By the way, Reynald, You're
Yep.
reminded you still have that ring.
Oh yeah. I guess that's an animal messenger though. Is that gonna be able to make it out of the the sepulcher?
You're not sure.
Um, I mean, I'll try it. I guess. Does it? Do I need to know where the target is?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, I'll just send it to Kios. Um, tell him I'm alive and outside the sepulcher, or outside of the portal.
You could also spend some time resting and refreshing yourself, although you don't presently have it. Or, well, you know what? I'll allow it. If you want to expend a hero point, I'll allow you to convert a spiritual guardian into ascending.
I don't have a hero point, unfortunately.
You guys should have all started one with
Yeah,
you. Oh,
you
right,
should
you used
start
it.
with one.
Yeah, I used
Oh,
mine.
yikes.
Oh, right. I meant to give you one anyway. Whenever you got out of the ring for your resolve.
Okay. In that case, I'll add one and then remove one to turn spiritual guardian into sending.
Fair enough. You're more or less using the spiritual guardian as the sending. Is how this is working. You're like, hey, you, what? Send him this. You won't get the response, but it can do the sending.
Okay. And yeah, I mean, I'll tell Kios I'm alive and outside the portal. We need to
When
talk
do
to
I
Tiago.
receive that?
About 10 minutes after you guys finish your preparations.
Alright. I'll jump back, grab him, and then jump to the... I'll try and gate to where he is.
Yeah, you know where he is. So opening up the gate, he's within like 30 feet.
Alright. Come on in.
He looks a little haggard, covered in red dust.
We need to talk to Tiagda, you said?
Yeah, I have a message from inside their stronghold that needs to get to the not a set call.
Alright. Vamos? I'll open another gate.
To the throne room. You throw open a portal. And on the other side, Tiagda waits, kind of sat on his own arm, looking down, thinking. Of course, his spiritual body has no real weight or mass to it, so he's kind of sat through his arm onto the seat. Oops, wrong. He'll look up as he hears the whom from the gate. What news? He comes to his feet.
Well, I
He
live.
looks at Kilratos and takes a step back. Kilratos will and look to the side as he crosses his arms. It's fine. He'll look back to the party. Done with the distraction. Sorry, you were saying?
I lived. They have 3 of our gods captured and being tortured. And we really need you to get a message to, this is gonna sound weird, but your dad.
He tilts his head a bit. What do you mean?
You need to get a message through to your dad and tell him that Grenalt has something from Cho.
He nods. He says, well, that might prove a bit difficult right now. The sepulcher is, well, it's not quite receiving for the Nosferatu. I can't go through the spectral network. Locating his spirit may be difficult. I can try, of course. I just don't know how long it'll take.
Well, you probably won't be locating his spirit since he's not dead.
He narrows his eyes. No, he's dead.
No, he's not. We talked with him just couple hours ago, I guess. I don't know how long I was in there, but
That's... he looks up at the tree for a moment. No. His soul is here. Somewhere. I'm still tied to him.
well, then try and get a message along that tie, because it's of utmost importance that I get this delivered to him.
I've tried to speak with him a few times, but he seems to be mad these days. Not angry, mind, just whatever happened to him. It's jumbled his mind, even as a spirit. Where did you speak with him? He says as he comes back to the question.
On the sun?
What? The sun? Wait,
Yeah.
the other world? No, he says. He says with a shake of his head. No, that. No, you see, my father is here, and so he must be thinking of some other Tiagda. Perhaps I have someone else in some other world, and I've crossed
No,
over to this
because he thanked us for protecting you, so he knew which Tiagda it was.
one. That's not. What are you saying? That my father wasn't my father?
I'm not really sure. All I know is that somebody gave their life for this message, so it needs to be delivered.
Oh. Well, would that I could. Just recently, I've not been able to reach out beyond the wood. Something's going on. Perhaps they know that this message is intended to be sent, and they've closed off the pathways. Though how they've managed to do so, I have no idea. Of course, I'll keep trying to get through, but no guarantees. I'd think it easier if, well, he looks at you all expectantly. If you've made it. I mean, you've made it back and forth without incident so far. For some reason, perhaps the Gilded Wing offers some sort of protections against what's transpiring on this world. Though, I would like to meet the man who claims himself my father. His eyes narrow a bit. Disgracing a man's father is no small thing. But he looks down at his spectral form. I doubt I could make the journey as I am.
Yeah.
He's kind of distracted now. You can see he's thinking in his head about now, like, well, what if this guy is my father, etc. There's a long pause as he's kind of sucked into that thought. Cortez takes a step forward. Do we really have time for this?
I mean, I'm not gonna be able to kill that fucking dragon. So
Well,
if we can get any
I'm
kind of
not
help.
sure that dragon's alive, or at the very least, if it is, it's injured. But
What do you mean? He says as he looks up, shooken from his thoughts.
well, Joe did something, and everywhere where I came from was turned to rubble.
His breath catches. He looks away. Is that so?
Unfortunately.
There have already been many casualties. Too many. Whatever it takes, you should do it. I don't know how much longer we have until whomever is orchestrating all this has reached whatever they're aiming for. I don't suspect we have long. Sometime, though, if they're going through all the effort and trouble of preventing this message from being sent. Karatos will look at the party and kind of turn his back a bit towards the king and address you all. You know, we should probably just go. He seems a bit out of sorts right now.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. Let's head back to the sun.
Yes, he says as he thinks about that. Though they've probably gone back to where they came from at this point.
Yeah, which is the problem of we don't know how to get in touch with anyone else in the new Natasekko.
Thinks for a moment. Well, there was that Felinor. And... wait. He stops for a moment. No. You know someone. He thinks back for a moment. There was a fey creature that you spoke to at some point. I was standing by the kids' table while we were going around gallivanting where you shouldn't tread. And I believe there was a fellow who came up to speak with you after she did. She bore, though a mark to another world, an attachment to this one. I'm an expert in these things, you see. So I suspect that if all have returned to their home planes, then she must be here.
And I guess if she was there, she might not have been affected by what everybody else has been. Same as we were.
The Lady Spawn are a tricky folk. She may have some protections. Though
Yeah,
I've no idea how to contact her. She seemed familiar with you, though. Have you any ideas?
Yeah, I think she lives in the woods near Grenhold.
Then we should search for her. The king will kind of snap out of it, realizing that he's just been kind of stuck in his thought for a moment. Oh, sorry. Yes. Oh, you're leaving?
Yeah, we think we have another person we can contact that we're gonna go try and find.
He nods. Well, I wish you the best. If there was something I could do for you, I would. Of course, feel free to loot the armory, though there's not much left at the moment. He'll kind of sit back against his chair, a little bit defeated and feeling a bit helpless. Kiritos will place his hand on Marv's shoulder. Let's go. And he'll start walking.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on.
I suppose
Well,
one of you have sending.
I do not.
Yes.
Nope, just have the messengers ring.
Yeah. Your mentalist staff can't do sending.
I don't think so. Let me check real quick. Nope.
I mean, we could, if we think it's gonna take longer than 2 hours to try and search for her, we could instead. I could go rest in that meditation chamber or whatever.
Yeah,
And
you do
try and
that
get
while we
sending
go
back.
looking. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, so you guys keep searching. I'll go take a nap for 2 hours, and then you come and gate me to you.
I guess so.
There was a means of contacting her that you guys had more or less divined in the past. Albeit it's not really a means of contacting her. But she had a knack. It feels like it would be more efficient to bring her to you rather than you searching
I don't
for
remember.
her if
I
you
don't
could
remember what it
divine a
was.
way to do so.
Does my character remember? Because I sure as hell don't.
She got us out of jail
She
when
did.
we first met her, but man, I doubt it's gonna be we just have to go into jail and she appears.
Probably not.
Hmm.
I mean, everybody else is pretty much a ghost. We could just wander around shouting her name.
That's basically what I was planning on doing.
Yeah, you're not sure that that's going to work the same way as the good old executioner, whom you can speak the name of and he will be there.
Hmm.
But there is a particular circumstance. You're sure of it. Give me whoever has the highest intelligence. Give me an intelligence.
I think that's probably Kios.
Nice. So, Kios, every time that you've met her, like every time that you've met her, you whether you knew it or not at the moment that she appeared, wanted to barter for her services.
Well, I mean, then she would have already appeared once we thought of her. So I guess if she hasn't already appeared, I would have screamed out, uh, you know, Dormammu, I've come to bargain.
She'll be very confused if you yell Dormammu. You're like, I introduced myself, didn't I? How rude. Yeah, but she doesn't seem to have appeared yet, despite you wanting something. And so you feel like the thing that's missing is that every time that she's appeared, you've had something that she's wanted.
Hmm.
And we're willing to trade it.
I'll show Tiagda the golden vial and say, do you know what this says? Or Renault, if he can read it.
Well, don't worry. I've for some reason prepared 2 comprehend languages. So I can now read and speak it.
How could anyone have seen that coming? With all these foreign languages lately.
I even prepared one at 4th level, so if I wanted, up to 10 people could read and speak it. This one's just 3rd, though.
So what it is, it's simply labeled in flowing script.
Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew. It's called the Ambrosia of Undying Hope.
Huh.
Any clue what that is?
That would be a crafting or lore alchemy or um, a Arcana. In order of escalating difficulty.
Best I can do is 0 on all 3 of those. So,
That's fair. It is a bit of an obscure item.
Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah, he said what it was. You might know what it is.
Occultism, religion, or just Arcana?
Crafting, lore, alchemy, or Arcana.
And that's that.
Ooh, you are well trained in Arcana. So this is an item that you've heard spoken about at the meeting that you were just at. A couple of people were talking about a bunch of things that stuck to you, and somebody was talking about this particular thing, and how their worshippers just keep asking for more of it, and it's that particular deity was really annoyed. It was Solanos, by the way, that people kept asking for it as if she was just going to give it to them every time. So its effects are, you can, from your overheard conversation, was that the next time whoever drinks this would die from damage within 8 hours. It prevents them from dying, and they regain 20 hit points from the elixir's benefits, and they become temporarily immune to the same ambrosia for 24 hours. It doesn't protect against death effects from disintegration, but can protect against almost any other form of death by damage.
Damn.
It is a powerful item.
Wow.
And can I take some time and identify the other vials?
Yeah. Give me a crafting for each one, or there are 4 more to identify, or a harder Arcana. No idea what that one is. Okay, and no idea what that one is. So you identified 2 more of them. One of them is you've overheard these things in your training for occultism. Sometimes alchemists stray into the field. One of them is Salamander Elixir, and the other one is Winterwolf Elixir. Both have similar effects to each other. One is a protection from the effects of severe heat, which includes extreme and incredible heat, and the other one is severe cold and extreme and incredible cold.
Okay. The incredible heat will be helpful.
Mm-hmm. There's a thing that's green and a thing that's blue that you're not sure about.
Am I able to gate back to the sun? Was that in a different
plane?
Plane.
Your ring does provide some interdimensional travel depending on circumstance. However, you don't presently have the protections. And given the intense pressures of the sun, it would probably just start pouring out through the gate that you open.
Yeah.
yeah. We might just want to try and get me my spells back and have me just sending to her while you guys are looking for her.
Yeah.
Unless we can find something that she wants that we can try and bargain with her.
Well, mind that it's not just something that she wants, but it's also something that you would be willing to trade.
Yeah.
The Lady Spawn have an inherent sense of these sorts of things.
We can always just, steal Korbjorn's axe and...
I don't imagine she wants that, since that
Yeah.
completely demolishes her stats.
Yeah. It's not great holding on to that thing. It's like, oh hey, what's this stack? Ugh!
Vouchoey.
Stupefied, drained, and enfeebled is not a great feeling.
Without my existence.
It is kind of ouch, owie, my existence, yeah. But yeah, if you have something that she wants, presently you're not willing to part with it.
Mm.
You should think back on what she appeared, when she appeared, and why. Like what she got out of it, as best you could tell.
When did she appear? What did she get out of saving us in the jail? Do you
That's a
remember?
fair question. You met with the Firin Prince as a result of that, who was in exile at the time, of course, and then played a game. That was more or less the outcome of those events. She has appeared a few times. The first time was with Father Greatbender. The second time was with the jail. And the third time, was at the meeting. Where she, perhaps, if she intended it to happen, she got you in contact with that particular Felinor by her notably objecting to your presence.
Mm.
So there has to be some common motivation between all these things. There has to be a thread that attaches them. We've no investigators in the party, but whomever would like can give me an intelligence to try and puzzle this out. You have no idea, Kios.
Nope.
There's so many possibilities.
I might as well try.
Raynal, you have even less idea. Marv,
Huh.
you have a flash of insight.
Oh. Nice.
So the first time that she helped you out, she wanted you to deliver that crystal skull. Or rather, she wanted you to get somebody to put something in that skull and then have it delivered. The ultimate destination of that was to a demigod. You're not sure what the connection is with the prince, but in the last case, it got you into direct contact eventually, because she not only pointed you out to that Felinor, she also kind of directed Kilrotos towards you. So you also got in contact with the demigod then. And that is a definite linking thread. So there's something about that which is driving her constant appearances with you. So she's getting something out of those exchanges.
My brain isn't able to do any critical thinking today.
That's fair. Marv, if you want to spend a hero point, I can expand that clue.
Yeah, the wheel is turning, but the hamster is not there. If I'm being honest.
Fair enough. All right. And then you have an aha. So ultimately, what she must be after is she wants favors from demigods.
Right. Okay.
You don't know how the prince is connected to that, but
well, I mean,
he has powers, so that's still
because he's kind
somewhat
of
on the same tier.
I was gonna say it quacks like a duck,
so she wants divine favors.
Well, let's go ask Tiakta what he can do.
We also have Kilratos, who's divine.
Yeah.
He's not much of a thing that you are able to give, though.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
It does have to be something that you can bring about. I mean,
That
that's a
is-
fair point,
Yeah.
but it doesn't seem to be enough to make her to show up. Which probably says that she has a way to get out of this place, if need be.
I mean, so do we. So
Well,
it's not entirely out of reason that those exist.
She did, after all, show up at the meeting.
hmm.
Yeah, I don't really know deity that we have enough sway with. I guess we have chance. See if she's willing to offer a favor.
Mm.
Yeah.
Where'd we leave her yesterday? Is she still at my house?
Yeah, she's still at your
Yeah.
house.
All right, popping on over. Hello, Chance.
She sits up, still grabbing her head a bit. She looks a little drunk. Her eyes are moving slowly. Oh, it's you.
Yes, it's me.
How did it go?
Not great.
Oh,
Are you willing to do a favor for somebody in exchange
Huh?
for us getting their help?
what favor?
You don't get to
We
know.
don't know yet. It'll probably help rescue your parents, though.
Are you sure that you can trust them?
About as far as we can throw them, but they're our best chance. So,
Hmm. I
no.
don't think we have options at this point.
She'll nod. Well, if it's that desperate, then I suppose, yes.
So you're not doing so great still, huh?
I'm thin.
Hmm.
It's hard to describe.
Eat some McDonald's, dude.
I don't think that'll be.
Yeah, I mean,
those
depending on
Egg
how-
McMuffins can only go so far.
On how her kind of inherited powers work, I could definitely see why she might be haggard.
Suddenly, standing behind you all, with Kilratos's blade at her throat, and she's kind of got her eyebrows arched and looking down in surprise. She'll hold up her hands. Hello. Kilratos will sneer at her. Don't think you can so easily sneak up on me. Now, she says as she places her hand on the blade, there's no need for threats of violence. And she slowly pushes it away. We're just here to trade. She looks over to Chance and smiles, and slowly walks over. She pulls from her robe a cup of water as she bends down. It appears from nothing, and offers it to her. You seem you're having a bad go of it. Chance will nod. I'm not at my best. She plants her hand on Chance's back and looks up at you. Well, surely this can be taken care of, though. I am told, she says, as she looks back down to Chance, seeing that the party hasn't objected, that you have a rather unique power. What do you want? Just... There will come a time, sometime soon, where that power could benefit, well, many things. All I'm asking is for you to save one person. Would you do that for me? Chance will look at her suspiciously. I'm guessing you're not going to tell me who it is, because I would object. She shrugs. I'm not telling because either you will or you won't. She looks up for approval from the party. Kyorutos abstains.
I'll just shrug.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we gotta do to get this done.
She'll nod. Fine. Whomever it is, if you call my name, I will be there, and I will save them. Though I can't guarantee they'll be the same. She shrugs. Actually, that's what I'm hoping for. She stands. Now, what was it that I could do for all of you? It's impolite to ask something of someone without something in trade, isn't it?
We have a message that we need to deliver to the new Not a Sec call from
That is...
Cho.
She stops as you say that. That's an even more tricky affair, but rest assured, I will see it done. To whom should I deliver it?
I mean, Tiokta's dad. I don't know. Well, we probably know his actual name, but
It's King Grinholt.
yeah.
Kingdom's named after him. He's the sixth in line.
Yeah.
Shilla, he's going to be difficult to reach, but it'll be done. Well, where's the message then?
Here, and I'll pull it out of my scabbard, I guess.
She'll hold it in her hands, and it'll kind of sizzle and burn her flesh as she looks at it, as if she's not feeling any pain. This is a curious bauble. But fine, she says as she tosses it in the air and it's gone. It will be delivered. Now, unless there was anything else.
Well, not unless you want to help us fight a dragon and save, hopefully, 3 gods.
She places a dainty hand up to her chest. I am honored that you think me so well trained in the art of warfare, but I'm afraid I would not be of much use to you.
Yeah.
Your friend, though, she says after a pause, looking off into the distance some. Well, I could do something about that.
Well, I mean, that's half of our problem.
Though, she says as she places a pondering finger up to her chin as a thin smile spreads, that one would be a costly venture. Are you sure that you're willing to pay the price for it?
Depends on what it costs, I suppose.
I'd say, I mean, I have no idea who she's talking about, in character at least.
Yeah, I mean,
she's talking about Colborne.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Just Renault doesn't know that
Yeah.
they interacted with Cole, or that he's currently
Oh, that's
sitting
true,
in
yeah.
the throne.
You have no idea. Kios, she's giving you don't trust this lady vibes, but it is a very tempting offer. You guys have felt what sort of force that guy can bring to a battlefield.
You can get him to
I was gonna say,
help
I'm
us?
both in and out of character, just getting the whole, like, this is a genie, don't trust anything they say vibe, but...
I'll pay the price if it helps us save those gods. I have no idea who she's helping, but...
She tilts her head a bit at your rebuttal, and she'll say, well... It wouldn't be you who'd be making that decision, she says as she looks icily cold at Kios.
You're gonna get him to help us.
Yes. But, in exchange, you'll have to decide whether to use yours to help someone else.
Hmm. My what?
She looks down at your ring.
Same person that she's helping? I'll point to Chance.
No. Hers will be a different role.
Yeah, fuck it. 1 second, I'll go get him. And I'll
Go get a bundle of Colborne. An
pop
entire ball of rage.
I'll pop into my demiplane as he... I'll try and be popping in a distance from where I dropped him off.
She looks in with some interest and excitement into the demiplane. As you do.
Where is
I
he?
guess I also didn't know that Kios had this, because I
Yeah.
got kidnapped before he made it.
He just opens up a gate to somewhere else. You're not sure where. It looks like a painting almost of a forest.
You jammed him into a painting. Alright.
Yep.
As far as
Sometimes you gotta
know.
use the Super Mario 64 method to hide things.
Dark Souls.
Yep, painted world. Gotta get them painted servants too.
Is he
Um,
in there?
Yeah, he's still extremely mad.
Hey man, I got somebody to talk to you. Please don't kill me. Or at least let me get you out of my demiplane before you try and kill me. Okay?
He chooses to 3 actions still paralyzed.
Oh, is he still paralyzed?
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Uh,
Then I'll touch him and the axe, and I'll just bring them both.
Ooh, okay. The moment he gets the axe, suddenly you'll see redness flush back through his skin like a tide. His eyes will bulge a bit, and he'll crack the ground as he pushes himself up to his feet with a
I would have
grating
I would have
clench.
held onto the axe while dragging him into reality, and then just tossed the axe on him.
Like one hand on one
Okay,
hand on the
perfect.
I don't think you'd be able to drag him with one hand.
No, you're
Alright,
definitely
then
not dragging with one
Then
hand.
I drag him with 2 hands, have him just paralyzed, laying on the ground, go back in, grab his axe, and throw it on him.
Fair enough. He will break from his stupor. His hands will like almost magnetically snap onto the staff of the axe, and it's like he just got a whole batch of smelling salts as his eyes bulge and redden, and he breathes quickly. He'll get control of his breathing and he slowly stands up. He seems to be evaluating his situation. He looks down to Chance. Chance looks up at him. All right.
Hello, friend.
You feel his disposition shifting at you, calling him friend. Just can't stop yourself, can you?
No, not really.
I'm not your friend, guy.
That is, he is giving that off as a area of effect right now.
I'm not your guy, buddy.
Red Echo will place a hand on him and he'll immediately raise his axe to hit her and look down and deflate a bit. God damn it. I take it you remember? She asks, inquiringly, with a bit of a smirk. Yeah, I goddamn remember. Good. It's rude to go back on promises, you know. damn it. All right. And I'm guessing it's them, he says as he points his axe at the group. If you wouldn't mind. I really mind, but yeah. I get you.
She's just trading up through eBay. She is doing one favor for others until she gets the favor she wants.
She's Dwight at the fucking garage sale over here.
Yes. That
She
is
taps
exactly
his
right.
arm. Don't forget who brought you and your beloved here. I haven't forgotten. He looks at the party. His alignment has now shifted to neutral. Alright, ass buckets.
That's rude.
What
Yeah,
exactly
we
do
probably
you need?
deserve that. Well, we're gonna fight our way into the enemy stronghold and save the God of Death.
Sounds like a fun time.
I think so.
Yeah, we almost died the first time, so hopefully this time goes better.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. He looks over to Koratos. Guessing you went in with that guy. He holds up his hands. I was not involved.
Well, I mean, in the most technical of terms, I guess he kind of did what was in the area when we were in the area, but
He's just kind of, you just have those occasional sit-backs where he's just kind of sitting there bored in the workshop going, are they gonna come get me, or... I think you'll find that as a team, he just holds up his hand. No, fuck that. You're going with them. If anyone wants to come after these guys, then they're gonna have to go through me, and I'm a lot to go through. I think you'll be fine, so long as you can keep them out of trouble. You have a knack for being an asshole about that sort of thing, so I'm sure they'll be fine. Alright, so where is it?
Hell, I think. Through a portal in the sepulcher. Kios,
Yep.
the honors?
I'll wiggle my fingers and summon a gate.
I appreciate your required, absolutely required
Yeah.
somatic component.
Yeah,
Jazz hands a portal into existence.
yeah. Basically, yeah.
ta-da.
God damn it, he says as he sees that and he looks at your ring. Fucking course. He looks down at Red Echo again. Well, if they're going to hell, I'm sure we're going to meet you there, says as he strides through the ring.
We got ya. Do you want Renault to heal you of that burn?
I'll be
don't have enough
fine.
heal slots.
You probably don't. He has a lot of HP. As you might expect from Colborn Frega. You have a new party member! Da, 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 da.
Begrudgingly.
Catch 'em all.
He is not happy about it, but he doesn't have a choice. Well, he does have a choice, he just doesn't want to go down that road.
This is now a gacha game.
Got 'em.
Little did you know. Genshin Impact version 2.
Yep.
So, Colborn Vrega has 343 HP. And a strength of 28.
Oh.
That's a lot of strength.
But he does not have his potions and so forth. But if you ask him what his axe does, he'll explain it quickly.
I'll hand him his belt back.
He'll note the absent potions.
Just one absent one. Sorry about that. I was healing Marv's after you beat the living shit out of him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'd just be giving him the side eye if he said a freaking word about that missing.
He'll begrudgingly accept it and strap it back on. He'll then immediately pop the ambrosia of undying hope and then chug it. fuck it. Ugh. God, that shit's nasty. He'll toss the bottle.
I guess before we go in there, how many of us are injured?
Significantly injured.
Oh, we long rested. What is the long rest? Heal?
Oh.
It should just be an option in your utility tab whenever you bring up your combat utility belt.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Otherwise, it's con mod times your level.
Is it
Yep.
what? Rest for the night?
Yep.
Then okay.
Oh, I need to select a token, and then rest for the night. Okay, well, I'd say I'm about 40% healed. Also, I'm no
You
longer
We're
enfeebled.
doomed.
I mean, for 10 minutes, I can heal up to 4 people at the same time. So,
Hmm.
I also have assurance, so I guess that just... How many 10 minutes do we want to spend?
Until I'm full, which is 67.
Well, yeah, how many... 67 you said?
Yeah.
Marvs, how many points do you have?
I have hold on, a scale of 0 to 118. I am at a 57.
Okay, so it's less than 92, so in 20
97. Or
You're,
67.
everybody heals that. Or
Oh.
me, Kios, Marvs, and then Vincent, are you injured?
I'm down 11.
Okay, then you're also healed.
Awesome.
It is a very foreign weapon. So yes, that's the weapon that he had buried into the side of the building. You don't want to get hit by it.
All bad.
That was made for him by Sashula.
Wholesome.
If
Yep. Which means that this is technically the last part of her.
Oh.
He also has got the plate armor of the deep, which gives him a bonus to athletics checks to swim. He can breathe all underwater, and can communicate to any elementals. And he has no speed reduction or check penalty from his armor when he swims. He's going to coat his axe with the green vial on his belt. It'll start dripping with a phosphorescent green, almost acid look. Well, I'm all kitted up and ready to go. How about you?
I slap my chinks and give myself a thumbs up and say, "Yep, ready."
Yeah.
Well, as I probably would have said earlier if I had the chance, it's time for us all to go to hell.
Guess so.
Fun.
Yep. Off we go.
Alright, 1 second. The window to this strange world is still open. And where did that go? Sorry.
Probably like they're just asking for us to come in here over and over again. I mean, they're just leaving the portal open.
You don't know why it's still open, really. You think that it's got to be like either they can't close it, or it's open for some other reason. You guys will step through, and the world has gotten lots more acidic. Everyone takes 1 acid damage when appearing.
Oh.
This world hates you and everyone in it.
Okay. I'm assuming my compy does as well.
Yes.
Now, is this a metaphorical world hates, or is this like a you feel like malicious intent coming from the dirt, and if you step in, it feels like something's about to punch you, kind of hates you?
Kind of both.
Eh.
Menacing is just floating in the sky above us, just the whole way.
Yep.
Let me see. I've got almost everybody. Where's Kios? There's Kios. Kios. And Compy. And Colborn. When you step through, you're greeted by an unfortunateness. Which I will allow you to discover in a moment. It appears that they have been waiting for you.
Figures.
Not shown here are lots and lots of minions. They're just sitting on their hindquarters, staring at the gate.
There's only one of those last time.
I guess you left an impression then.
Yeah, I don't imagine they like people escaping.
Cole will begin expanding to his large scale again as his veins begin to bulge. His eyes will turn an icy blue, and his breath will begin to frost. All right, puppies.
Puppies.
He addresses the three dragons. And he'll step forward and look behind himself as he brings the axe out. Well, if you guys want to get going, that'd make my life a lot easier.
Yep. See ya.
I'll
Good.
just throw
Don't
my
die.
throw my thumbs up and slowly back off.
He will charge one of the dragons and tackle it to the ground in a giant plume of dust. And you guys will head off to the south as he starts becoming a basically blender. They're too busy dealing with Colborn to even go after you, except for a couple of stragglers, which you're able to easily get around. They're just as weak as they were before, even though they're more numerous. And you head off to the north. Stepping into a giant crater before a black temple, which stands ominously over the red landscape and the black skies still crackling with blue energy. Occasionally, lightning will strike, and the surrounding terrain will immediately turn to glass. We will deal with this guy later. Korotos sticks with you guys. He kind of takes a bit of the side and to the rear, and any stragglers that get close to you guys, he quickly cuts down. He's basically rolling out a red carpet for you guys. You haven't really had to do anything on your way up. Raynal, as part of your rest, you lose that drained.
Oh, okay, so I did get a rest off.
Yes.
Okay.
You guys head into the temple, and it's dark and empty. Raynal, there are no traces of the men in black cloaks who were here earlier. Everything is cold and silent now.
I mean, I guess I'll try and work my way backwards and get back to where the prison cells were.
Fair enough. You guys head down through a couple of doors and corridors and stairs. There's a lot of blood that's fresh here right now. Signs of battle, but no bodies. and you head down to the prison floor. All of the cells are empty. The unfortunate man who's supposed to be here is not in his cell, and your heart drops when you make it to the last cell, and all that's there are 2 unshackled manacles against the floor. You hope that means that they've escaped somehow. But the obelisk is glowing ominously, a pale golden glow. The candles which were burning have now burnt down to the floor and have gone out. They're just little pits of black wax now. And somebody has drawn an elaborate circular magic symbol surrounding it in blood, which is also a couple of hours old now. Kios, you can feel that there is a rip in the fabric of space around here. You can't see it, but you know it's here.
Can I try and open it?
Yeah, with a casting of gate, it'll get ripped open again, like a scabbed over wound. The obelisk will kind of distort as it's swallowed by the ring. And you look out onto onto what at first appears to be a pitch black emptiness. You see footsteps traveling in the white dust or snow or sand on the other
we
side,
should follow that.
trailing off into the darkness.
Follow the footsteps then.
The place you enter is silent, and the moment that you enter it, Kios, and in fact, pretty much everybody here except for Vincent, it's like you've just been doused with cold water.
It doesn't affect me?
Doesn't affect you, Vincent. No magic of any sort can be cast in this place, divine or otherwise.
Well, that's not very good.
The whole place feels dead. And the reason why you can't cast anything is because there's no magic. There's no mana here, or Tataway. It's all been exhausted.
Unfortunate.
Oof.
A low wind is all that really remains of the life of this world. You head out into the sandy abyss, your footsteps sloshing and striking against Keratos, being silent the whole while as he keeps as much of a guard as he can. He hasn't put his sword down once. You can tell he's a bit on edge. He doesn't seem as disoriented as you guys are.
I'll ask him if he can sense the lack of arcana.
Mm-hmm. He nods.
Cool. Do you know why that might be?
Yeah. He stops suddenly and looks down. He brings his sword down, and after a couple of inches sliding into the sand, it'll go tink as it hits something hard. He'll kind of use it as a shovel to pry off some of the sand, and then he'll kick some of it off, revealing a black stone. Underneath is a variety of writings. It's like a journal entry written in another language. I'll point down to it and, yeah, I've been here before.
What is this?
Well, thought the place was dead. Guess there's some life to it now. Haven't made much of a habit of going around and looking at the other worlds, but this is one of the ones that me and my compatriots checked out. We were following somebody, and they seemed to think that this place would be a good place to hide out. Pretty good idea. Can't use any sort of detection magic, and all the portfolios don't work here. Unfortunately, they didn't expect me to be able to track them by their footprints. Relying a little bit too much on their deific portfolio. We weren't able to find him, though. He'd stolen something from our Sashula, and she was pretty pissed about it. But, his trail just ended. Somewhere in this place. Couldn't find a damn lick of him. It's like he just ceased to exist. My other companions felt that this place was haunted.
When was this? How long ago?
He thinks about it for a moment. I'm guessing by the rate of time that I felt in your world. It's been about 118 years.
Oh.
Yeah, been a bit. So yeah, they thought this place was cursed, and they wanted the hell out of here. Couldn't find our quarry. Had to go back empty-handed after a few hours of wandering around aimlessly. Dug down the spot where he disappeared, couldn't find anything but this damn black rock. More of the stupid writing. Can't read the damn thing.
Does it match the writing that we've seen, like the Egyptian writing or the Japanese writing, or perhaps the writing that was used to cast Sanctuary?
It's definitely Egyptian.
I guess I can do.
I
Oh no, I
don't know
can't.
that
I
I'd
can't do
wanna-
any magic, so I can't do
Yeah,
the.
we can't do magic, so we can't comprehend it. But
Yeah.
that also seems kind of like the Cthulhu-esque writing, where you don't really want to comprehend it.
It's all painted in gold. Like, it's been finely carved out and gold refined. And he'll just start kicking the sand, and he'll just keep kicking it. Everywhere he kicks, more of the ground is revealed to be that black rock. He shrugs and he says, pretty sure that this whole world is covered in whatever this is.
Interesting.
Yeah, so don't know why they brought them here, unless they just wanted to disappear. Forever.
All right. Well, you say you can track them, right?
Yeah,
Well, then after you, sir.
sure. He shrugs and he'll take the lead and start leading you guys. Who's taking up the rear?
I guess I'll keep the rear watch.
Okay. You guys trek through the sand. There's no sun here. The horizon is just an eternal black darkness. All you can see is what light you bring with you. There are no stars. There's no structures. All that's here appears to be simple sand, pure white, almost bone white, and the black rock beneath your feet with the strange golden writing. You trek for an uncertain amount of time. It's been 2 campings that you've had to make now, when everyone got a little bit too tired to carry on. At your best guess, it's been 2 days. And the trail is still here. The winds are slow and gentle, and almost imperceivable in this place. And so the sand doesn't really move. which thankfully means that the impressions left in the sand by the people you're tracking just stay. But they never seem to pause for rest. You don't find any campsites or burnt logs and fires, which should stick out quite obviously against the absolute nothingness of this place. You presume that either someone is carrying all of these people, or that they just are being basically driven to death on an endless forced march. Things are starting to get a little bit grim. You're starting to find little flecks of blood in the sand, followed by more. It just starts in tiny bits here and there, but it starts growing. And as it does, the depressions left by the feet start also getting soaked with blood. And for long, you're following red steps in the dust on your continuing forever journey. Keratos has gotten a bit quiet, and he's not even saying anything anymore. He's just doggedly following these steps. He's coming up now on the third camp, and you decided to do so whenever Keratos put his sword down in front of the path and said, "We should camp." No use pursuing them if we're out of energy. If we catch our quarry, we need to have the energy to fight them when we do. He's starting to sound a little bit more like he's assuring himself of these things than providing advice. You hope that there will still be a way back after you're done here.
Yeah.
So, you guys make camp and so forth?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll presume normal watches. Reynal.
Mhm.
You've been feeling a little weird since you got here, and started off as a slight tingle in your fingers tips. And now your arm just occasionally seizes up a little bit. Occasionally, your just whole arm just flexes, and you can feel a kind of an electric shock from your hip.
Is it from the hip that I have the sword on?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll draw that and see if it does anything.
Give me a reflex save. You start to draw it and then immediately put it back in its sheath. The blade is dark and black, and it is coated in blood.
It's doing that again. I guess I'll check on the hilt from the Renault ghosts and see if that's also coated in blood.
It looks almost desiccated. Its surface is cracked, and it feels fragile and weightless in your hands. You notice a thin rivulet of blood trailing down your scabbard and then plopping to the desert sand below.
I really want to draw the sword, but it's also probably a terrible idea if it's leaking blood. I guess I'll wait till the end of my watch so that there's somebody else awake if I get, turned into blood by my sword.
Fair enough. Give me a fortitude save. Um, you're sitting there waiting on your watch, and then suddenly your chest seizes up. It's like your whole chest has become a bunch of rocks that are colliding against each other, and suddenly you're unable to breathe. Your there is a palpable heat coming off of the scabbard, and your arm is beginning to turn purple. You're currently suffocating.
Well, I guess drawing the sword helped the last time I was suddenly suffocating, so I'll take a step away from the tent in case I explode in blood and draw
Reflex
the
save.
sword.
Your leg collapses out from underneath you as you take a step, and you're on your back. Your body's just refusing to listen to you right now. Whoever has the highest perception in the party besides Renal, give me a perception.
I have 15.
Give me a perception. Renal, give me a medicine. You hear him hit the floor. Renal, you're having a heart attack.
Nice.
Is his sword out?
Nope. He's holding it in one of his hands, but by the scabbard.
Got some Advil I can chew or something? I don't remember what it is you're supposed to do if you're having a heart attack.
I think it's Advil. Is he able to communicate to me at all?
His mouth is starting to froth and his eyes are wild. He looks like he's in a lot of pain.
I'll put the actual sword in his hand and let him draw it.
He doesn't seem like he's able to do so.
Well,
right
then
now.
I'd remove the sheath.
As you do so, it's like you're drawing it from the carcass of a giant ogre. It just pours blood. At least a gallon's worth just gets spilled from the blade and the scabbard as it just gushes onto the floor, filling the tent with the smell of iron. It's enough of a dread scent that most in the party immediately start waking up.
The fuck did you do to your sword, my dude?
His purple hand is reaching up a bit for it, but his eyes are starting to roll back into his head.
Put it in his hand.
Renell, you're able to breathe again.
Hmm.
You've suffered 30 suffocation damage. And the rocky feeling will start fading away from your chest as you're able to slowly catch your breath. Your field of vision is swimming with stars, and you can feel your whole body pounding. You're pretty sure that you were just about to die there.
All right. Well, your shift is over. Go back to sleep.
Yeah, except I'm betting that if I put this sword in the sheath, I'm probably gonna start dying again.
Well, then just hold it.
Yeah, I think that essentially means that my shift can never be over because I can't go to sleep anymore.
We'll just sleep with it in your hand.
As it's pouring out gallons of blood.
Yep.
All right. I mean, I'll try and fall asleep while holding the sword out.
Fair enough. You can. You feel a little uncomfortable. You're like, well, what happens if I roll over and sleep? But nonetheless, you have to sleep at some point, and so you do. It's easier to do in this place where there is no sun, but also really bad to stay asleep because there's nothing to wake you up. It's starting to get harder and harder to sleep here. When you wake up, Reynald, about the 50-foot radius around you is soaked with blood.
Oof.
I'm sure
I'm gonna-
Renault is looking like Carrie over here.
Yeah, it's
What?
not great. You're at the very least, the soles of your boot wear are quite crusted at this point.
If somebody else is awake, I'm gonna try and put my sword back into its scabbard and see if I start suffocating and having a heart attack again.
You start feeling a bit nervous the moment you put it back in its scabbard, but you don't suffer any immediate effects.
I guess if I pull it out and then use the shifting rune to turn it into a gauntlet, is it still leaking blood, or do I still feel
Yes.
nervous?
It looks like you just punched your hand entirely into a giant ogre and drew it back.
Well, I guess that's slightly safer than a sword swinging around constantly leaking blood, so I'll just keep it like this then.
Fair enough. Kurotos has taken a bit of an interest in your sword, especially since he woke up with like half of his face in blood, which he's still slowly scrubbing off while he looks at you. He's curious where you got it.
In a secret room in a tomb?
Whose tomb?
I'll
Do
pull
we
out.
know?
I'll pull out the skull.
Do
Say
we know
her
whose
tomb. It was your missus.
Unlikely, he says as he looks at the skull for a moment, and then looks back at the sword.
I'll describe the statue that was in that room as best as I remember it.
Yeah, that sounds like her. We've met a few times. She tried to take... He looks at his sword. Well, she tried to take from me. I wouldn't expect that woman was capable of dying.
Well, she might not be dead, but it was at least, you know.
Well, it was possessed by
I did also
her
find,
as an angel once, so she died at some point, at least one version of her.
and I also found this, wiggling my ring, with the skull, and this was hers.
He looks them over. Rather loose with her possessions, then. Can't believe that she would put them all in one place. It's like she wanted them to be found. She was notorious, you know. Magpie. Stealing little bits of everything from everyone.
Yeah, I know.
Sequestering it to someplace
Yeah,
unknown.
I mean, isn't that essentially the Gilded Wing? Is little bits of everything stolen?
Of course, she never explained herself. Never told anyone what it was all for. He looks to Kios. I wouldn't expect that you know.
Not really. I'm just, study the ring and everything about it, but not really about her so much. I've been trying to learn about her, but no one has much to say other than that she was a bitch trying to steal everything.
He'll pull up his sword from where it was plunged and sling it back over his shoulder. Let's start packing up. I'm sure that there are at least another day ahead. I hope.
Off we go.
So on the plus side, at least with my arm constantly leaking blood, we'll be able to tell which way we came from.
2 point.
Yeah.
Um, you paint a red brush across the desert. And for the first time that you've gotten here, there's something new. The ground angles up a bit. Not much. Only about a half degree or two. But there's a slight slope now. He looks down as you're all traveling. Can't imagine what all of this is for either. Much like your anonymous benefactor, he says back to Kios. Whoever kept this place certainly didn't want to tell anyone what it was. There's no statues, no markers, nothing. Nothing but that writing. And they didn't exactly leave an alphabet behind for people to study. Wonder what this world came to that it turned to this. I've seen a few. Usually it's just minor changes here and there. One god being in the lead, the other being subservient, some missing, some extra. I've seen a few where I was a god. Those were interesting. None like this, though. No mortals, no gods, no sky, he says as he looks up, or at least nothing in it. It's like an unfinished painting, where the artist got up one day to paint their canvas, loaded up their brushes, drew a circle, and then dropped dead of a heart attack. He looks back. Well, I suppose humor is relative. His joke didn't land. You trudge on into the endless desert. For day 4, you think, of tracking these steps. And they're starting to become uneven. The regimented, kind of wavy pattern has become staggered and broken. And you get occasional scuffles where there are large patches of blood. What you've followed so far is far beyond the human capacity for blood so far. There just isn't enough blood in the body right now for there to be this much blood here. Which means whomever is leaking all of it, either they're just making it as they go, or they have to be deific. But you don't know where they would draw power from right now, except for the uncomfortable presumption that they could just be drawing from what's left of what's inside them in this place where basically all power is choked. Which means that if it is a god, they could be figuratively bleeding to death.
Yeah. And seeing as how the hunch we had when we came in here was that we were tracking down where they took the gods, that's probably not very good.
The ground angles up more still. This time it's a less gradual shift. It's an obstacle for once. It jumps up suddenly about 30 degrees and becomes a climb. There's no surfaces, no rocks, nothing. It's just a forever flat shift that just goes up. And you can't see the end of it. In fact, you didn't see it approaching either, which makes you confused. This place doesn't seem to have a typical sort of geometry to it. It's almost as if as you approach locations, the world begins to bend to what it's supposed to be, but otherwise remains flat, which is going to make navigation an absolute terror on the way back, unless you've some means of navigating other than the landscape. It's starting to feel like this is meant to be a place where you could just bury something somewhere and no one will ever find it. Because there's even if someone found it, there's nowhere to go back to. The intent meaning to be whoever comes here stays here forever because they're eternally lost. That fresh in the mind. The ground angles up another 5 degrees and it starts getting really hard. The sand begins shifting underneath your feet, trying to deny you platforms of egress. And you can see from the rut left behind that whomever was climbing here was similarly having problems. Bits of blood are splashed here and there. And you encounter something new. Just up ahead, you see something glinting in the sand. About some 35 feet away.
I guess let's go take a look at it.
It's a necklace. Silver chain. It's still somewhat buried in the sand. Has flecks of blood here and there. I assume that you pull it out.
Yeah.
It is a holy symbol of Pyros.
It's not like Pyros would be wearing one of those. I mean, maybe, but I guess actually the sword's leaking blood and stuff. Does that mean its abilities still work here?
You haven't tried them yet.
I guess I'll try object reading on the necklace.
Its
Okay.
ability is it can leak blood.
Like really well. Like you've never had something to complete like this before. It'll just keep going. Sorry, wrong button. Okay, use object reading.
Yep, just a river.
I think it's at 5th, so it's in the past year, I guess.
You feel suddenly all of the heat from your body get pulled into the blade, and you're shivering cold as you begin your object reading. It's dark. You hurt everywhere. Your muscles are so sore that they feel like they might snap, but you can't stop.
Can I tell who I am or who's with me?
Someone's squeezing your hand. You look down and back up. Reassuringly, although her face is quite haggard at this point, Pyros is smiling back at you. And she says, "It's going to be all right. Come on." And she'll pull you ahead. There's no one in front of or behind you. There's just you two. And it's been like this for days. Your stomach is cramping. It's so empty, and a couple of times you've almost passed out. You've had to sustain yourself, unfortunately, on your partner's blood. It's bitter and horrid, and you hate it. But it's the only thing to have in this desecrated world. Every time she gives, too, seems to get a little paler. I think I see a slope. Well, this'll be fun. Come on. She pulls you up, and you begin to make your climb. It's slow going, and eventually the ground starts pitching yet more, and your body's a little bit too weak. You stumble and fall a few times, your bloody feet plopping against the dirt and dust as you go, scraping against the tiny letters beneath your feet, causing you to grit your teeth. You nearly pass out again, and when you come to, you're grasping for something that you've lost, but Pyrrhus is going ahead. And undeterred, you decide to follow her. You watch the two figures as they continue their climb. And the reading ends.
Huh. Yeah, there. Pyrrhus and Vosham, I think, are here. We just, there's no one with them? I don't know what's driving them, but can't be too far behind, or can't be too far ahead.
You feel your body shiver and weak, Raynal. Whatever that was, it took a lot out of you.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to try that again.
It's all you can do to keep, basically keep yourself conscious now. The world will start blurring together the moment you start moving again, and it's just mechanical. Left, right, left, right. The bowing of your head back and forth, and the dragging of your body forward. Feels like another 4 hours before you reach another change. By the non-existent god's favor of this place, the slope levels off quickly and suddenly, going from about a 36-degree inclination to 0 instantly on a hard edge. The sand here is worn away and sloughs off into the hill that you were climbing, revealing the ancient gold writing on black stone beneath. About 3 feet of it. About 3 feet depth between it and the top of the sand. And not before too long after that, the ground just seems to end up ahead, some 30 feet away. The footsteps here are becoming more and more uncertain, and there's, just before the ground disappears, a clearing of sand where there has been a large pool of blood.
I got nothing. Is it just a pool of
Yeah.
blood?
Yep.
Yikes. Does the trail continue?
Yeah. Up to where the darkness takes over.
Okay.
So let's go investigate that.
It's like the world just stops at this point. It's a straight edge where there's just nothing past it.
Can I sense a portal at all?
No. But it's hard to tell in this place since there's just no magic.
I guess I'll try and drop some blood over the edge and see if it goes anywhere.
Yeah, the moment your hand passes over the edge, you feel a sudden heat. And your whole hand will disappear.
I'll pull my hand back out.
It's drenched in red and it begins dripping.
Well, I imagine it's been drenched in red for a while.
Yep. This is fresh, though. Over all the surfaces. It's not like leaking from the joints here. It's just, it's coated.
Well, it seems to be a world of blood on the other side of a invisible portal. Or my gauntlet is just bleeding more over there. I guess I'll try and step through.
Okay. Give me a will save. Nice. You step through and you feel your weight lift, like you're suddenly underwater. But as you blink your eyes open, all you see is a murky red darkness, at the top of which a strange light shines through to the blackened surface below. At first, you think you're drowning, as this liquid forces itself into your nose. But you're able to calm yourself. And you find that you're able to breathe. Although it feels really weird. It feels like some sort of combination of breath and drinking.
I guess I'll try and stick my head back through and tell the others that it seems to be safe-ish.
You try to speak and you immediately start coughing and retching as you spit out blood.
Alright, so I'm not going in there.
No, it's fine.
I just want you vanish into the black void and then come back and it's just like spewing blood from your mouth.
I mean, I'm also coated in blood, so you can just surmise there's a lot of blood over here.
Yeah, he looks like he just walked into like a river of blood.
Yeah,
It's just the elemental plane of blood. It's like water, but it's just blood instead.
At the very least, I seem to be able to breathe over there, but I'm not sure if that's because the gauntlet or because the blood's magic. But there's some strange light out there, so might be the next spot we have to go.
Fuck it, fine. I'll go through.
I mean,
Marvs and Vincent, just keep your
Sorry,
bag
we
of
gotta
holding
go, we gotta-
sealed.
Carol just walks in.
eh,
If I die, I die.
That's the spirit.
yeah, you don't got any other option, so screw it.
Yeah, you can breathe fine on the other side, although it's really weird. You're breathing what feels like the salty ocean.
It's like
Your nostrils are filled with the smell of blood, and you just can't get away from it, no matter where you go.
oh. Like what the heck is it? It's like it's fluid, but you can breathe it because it has such a high oxygen content.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Here, however, tracking becomes very difficult.
You don't say. You telling me walking around the Bloodland doesn't leave any footprints?
Kirotos immediately abandons the idea of searching the surface and begins swimming up to the surface. Sorry, the bottom of this watery place and swims to the surface.
I'll try and follow him, I guess.
Before long, you're able to burst your head through the surface. It's extremely warm up here. The water is letting off steam in all directions as it's lightly bubbling. And in the distance, there is a solid, almost obelisk-like rock just jutting out from the vast ocean of red around you. It's a singular, four-planed, slightly sloped square that goes up until you can't see it anymore. And all down its surface is more of that gold writing. There's so much of it that just the color of it is not necessarily black so much as it is muted gold. And here, you feel power.
Right, well, then we can comprehend language on that, at least.
As you begin to wind up your spell, you immediately feel the entire perception of the world beginning to center on you. It's as if 1,000 eyes suddenly were starting to open and begin looking at you.
I'd probably stop casting as soon as I started feeling that.
You feel something chill down your spine as you put that spell away.
I guess, and let's head to the obelisk, and that's the only landmark we got.
On the shore, there is a discarded purple robe. It's heavily crusted with blood. And there's some acid near it. And a few chunks of something. Whomever has survival can figure what happened here.
I do
Imagine.
not
I have
believe so.
15.
Somebody probably vomited out some blood.
Yeah, as you expect. Yeah, what happened here is, this is the robe that she was wearing, Ocean.
Mm-hmm.
She threw it off and immediately began to throw up onto the surface, but there wasn't anything in her stomach. So all that's there is parts of her stomach lining.
That's not good.
You can see very thin layers of blood trailing off. It's very hard to see, but you can track it. It's heading to the side of the obelisk. There's like an opening in front of you guys. It's about 40 feet wide by 40 feet tall, and goes into a darkness.
Well, that's where the footprints seem to be leading, so...
They curve around to the left of it, actually, and keep going around the side.
I guess let's keep following him for now.
You follow them to the next entrance over, where, unlike the first one, there is a purple flame in the darkness, which is billowing out some 15 feet into the air in what looks to be a around 500 to 600 foot square room, which just slightly slopes off into darkness.
Big is this obelisk?
It's massive. It's about 1,100 feet aside, and it goes up beyond where you can see or make out details.
Okay, so at least it doesn't seem non-Euclidean yet.
It's hard to tell because you can't see the whole thing. It's one of those things where you're like, I think I know the dimensions of this, but also,
The first room at least does not seem bigger than the obelisk, so...
Right, yeah. It's hard to tell just because it's so big. But, yeah. So, there is...
Oh.
Oh, what's up?
Oh, sorry. I was talking to someone and I thought I muted my mic and I unmuted it.
Oh, no big.
My bad.
No problem. There is a figure standing before this purple flame. Casting a very long shadow.
Guessing Vosham is dead. I'll walk up there.
Probably Bosham or Pyros, I'd imagine. But yeah, let's walk over there. Also, is the blood of Aravis still leaking blood now, or is it...
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Just presume it is, and I will tell you when it is not.
Got it.
Yeah, there's somebody there. Her whole body is coated in blood, and she's like a statue that was turned into a mannequin made of similar substances as a person, but also most of those substances are like ink and fabric and twigs and that sort of thing. But nonetheless, the silhouette is striking, and from the glows on her, you more or less know who this is. But it shouldn't be.
I was about to say, wasn't she the statue lady from the moon that was dead?
Yeah. She turns slowly at Kios with a blank expression. She has no eyes in her eye sockets. They're just slowly bleeding with ichor.
Hello? How are you?
As she finishes her turn, you can see that she's got a giant gold holy symbol on her, hung from her neck.
Is
It is an Ankh.
Fuck.
Her arm begins to raise shakily as her index finger begins to extend.
So did you kill our gods?
She finishes her pointing gesture. She begins to weakly and hoarsely scream. It's not much of one. It's more of a...
It didn't even pick up anything.
She doesn't have much of a voice. It's just coming out as a strained groan despite her trying to scream at the top of her lungs. As she does, you can see parts of her starting to fall off.
Calm down. It's alright. Anybody got an idea?
We're not here to hurt you.
We come in peace.
We're just covered in blood because everything is out there.
She falls to the floor, lifeless. The Ankh will begin to instantly oxidize and start to crack. And she'll begin to melt into the floor. And then the pool that she melted into will begin to evaporate. And then it's like she wasn't there.
I'll turn to kill Ratos and go, what the fuck?
He looks up into the darkness. Don't know. Feels like we're in some sort of divine realm. But I have no idea who this.
Well, if it's the guy who that Ankh's for, we're in deep shit. But we aren't gonna know that unless we continue.
Hmm.
A long black snake begins to start worming up from the fire, swaying back and forth unsteadily. It begins to slope out and form a hood, and then a hand, a gaunt white hand will reach out and grab one of the sides, and then a shoulder will pop out of one of the sides, and then another arm will begin lifting from the abdomen, and then another arm will begin reaching over from the back, and all of them are grabbing the base and slowly pulling itself up.
Well, that's too many arms to not be creepy, so I'm gonna make sure my shield and everything are drawn.
It's still rising. It's reached 7 feet a few moments ago, and it's going on 12 now.
I'd like to just gently kind of pat it back down into the...
No.
But wait, my debut. Okay. I get it. Snooze button. Kios. A disgusting thing happens when you cast Detect Magic. Erupting from your body, in a dome, is just a wave of blood.
Is it my blood?
Nope. It splashes against a number of invisible objects, in box-like form, and then begins to drip off of them, slightly coloring as it does.
I didn't know you knew blood magic.
I did.
It's Detect Magic. Yay!
I was gonna say, like, I guess it
Blood sonar.
yeah.
It's now standing about 83 feet tall as it's slowly starting to loom. A red ring of fire will burst into life above its head. Maddening whispers will begin to crawl in at the edge of your sensory vision. It's a language you don't know.
Oh. In that case...
You probably don't want to know that language.
No, I do.
Now, the maddening whispers are not something that you want to be able to comprehend. They were already maddening before you knew what they were saying. It's not just going to be somebody's grocery list.
You don't know that.
I need it. Did you get the milk?
So the invisible objects, what are they? The previously invisible objects.
You're not sure. They're kind of boxy. They don't have any like defined shape. They're just, well, they don't have any like assembled shape. They appear to be all primitive cubes of varying heights, widths, and lengths.
Did I get any magic? Like the detect magic?
Necromantic.
Since him doing detect magic worked out so well, I'm gonna do detect divinity and probably be terrified by what it reveals.
There's a shrieking hiss, and your sword will thrum in your hand warmly, as if it became a living arm of yours for just a flash of a second. And the figure will snap down to looking at you.
I'm gonna continue my trend of glaring back at whatever looks at me, I guess.
So there is a portfolio here. You don't know what it is.
Yeah, I figured I was gonna be worried by the results of that.
It's like it's an absence. It doesn't have like a defined characteristic. It's like a hole which should be filled with a portfolio. Unsurprisingly, the source of this is the giant 85-foot tall thing standing out of the fire.
Who'd have thought?
Hmm.
How surprising!
Now, is it a thing? Is it just that's the best description? Is just a thing?
It's very vaguely humanoid, absent some notable features such as a head.
And
But
having 3 arms.
I say it seems to just be like an amorphous like blob with 3 arms, right?
Yeah, 4 arms, but yeah,
Oh,
you got it.
4, okay. Yeah.
Even worse.
Hmm.
Gotta watch out for those forearms.
Yeah.
This man does not subscribe to Light Day.
Indeed. Significant lack of leg.
Don't worry,
Well,
it's actually just arms.
when he was
yeah.
appearing out of the fire, it was described as a snake, so
Well,
it's
yeah.
understandable that it's missing legs. It's tend to not have those.
It's beginning to raise part of its fabric, as if it's going to try and step out from the fire. As it does, you can see tiny, thin gray lines vibrating, attached to it, which run into the ground.
Does it look like it's tethering it to the ground?
It's hard to say. It seems like it's either like restraints or just a part of it.
Alright.
Krotos is stepping forward, looking grimly at it. Well, I don't know what that is. But
Well,
it doesn't seem friendly.
yeah, it seems to be some kind of anti-god. Its portfolio is just a space where something should be. So I think it's probably the one who we might be here to try and fight.
Give me a perception, highest perception in the party. Nice. Reynald. He's beginning to slowly bend down, as if he's defying gravity. He's just kind of grabbed his transform for his 3D object model, and he's just skewing the access as he just rotates himself down. And you're starting to make out details. It appears that most of his robe is featureless and like doesn't have any decoration or markings on it, really. Just a couple of holes where the strands are going into and out of, right? But as he gets closer, your eyes start to resolve a couple of horrifying details. His robe is made of faces.
Of course it is.
All in various states of horror or screaming or shouting, and they're constantly bubbling up and then smoothing back out, rippling as if part of the fabric itself.
You know, I probably don't want the answer to this, but do I recognize any of the faces?
Well, the problem is that you're a student of the canon.
Well.
So, firstly, you gain the Frightened 3 condition. Secondly, the answer to your question is yes.
Yeah.
Well.
You recognize every face in that robe.
Wouldn't happen to be faces of gods, would it?
Yes, and
Yeah,
demigods.
Yeah.
It's like it's uncertain about what it wants to be.
I feel that.
But it's also, well, actually, now that you're thinking about it, you come to a hopeful like, nah, it's not that. It could be a Sahucha.
Awfully big one.
Yeah, but then wouldn't it still be a Shahucha of all the gods?
Could it be Yorma's? Each face is like a part of the portfolio that she stole?
You're not sure. It will finish its bending over. The tiny head that you see there at the top, like the crown of its hood, is still about 10 feet across, Kios. And it's kind of like looking into an open tent. The interior is empty, but the inner lining has a variety of faces. They're slowly pulling out and then coming back in and bubbling to the surface. Tiny amounts of blood are leaking down the fringes. You feel a little creeped out. But it's staring at you. It doesn't have eyes, but you can tell that it's looking at you. Its massive arm will begin to pull forward, and it will extend it in an open gesture. You know what this hand sign is for. It is a give me. And that's where we'll end tonight's session.
All right.
I was talking a bit, but it's alright. It's my own fault. I'm not giving her my damn ring, so I'm gonna toss her the skull next. See if that does anything.
We will find out next week.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Yes, next time on Dragon Ball Z. Still no sign of Pyrrhus or Vosham, though you know that they definitely came this way. Also, Reynold, the people that you know were in the prison, you also haven't seen yet. In fact, One of them you should have seen in your vision, you hope, unless they went before the two people you saw, which would be worrying.
Yeah. This whole situation has just been very worrying.
Mm.
Especially because I'm pretty sure I, as a player, recognize that picture. And I'm
You
pretty sure
probably
that
do.
pretty sure that was one of the ones for Aspect or Thoth.
So how are you guys liking the finale so far?
That's pretty. I mean, it's pretty good. I mean,
Yeah.
good in the like. You know, if I ever had to see that in real life, I'm pretty sure my mind would have instantly snap. But eh,
I was about to say, this is probably the closest Renault's been to just going insane. So it's
mm,
probably already beaten out the being haunted by Renault ghost.
mm,
Yeah, this hasn't been a nice trek for the party so far. It's been an endless,
mm.
unknowing, like just venture into the abyss of uncertainty, followed up by unfortunate, worrying revelations,
Eh,
and then culminating now in what have we gotten ourselves into?
eh.
Yeah, since in just a few days, Renault has almost died at least twice. Barely managed to escape a prison and is now just constantly leaking blood.
Yep, not your own too.
Yeah,
You would have been blood dry in like an hour.
yeah,
Eh.
constantly leaking mystery blood.
It's cool. It's someone else's.
If I had a nickel for every time my sword was just leaking blood, I'd have two.
Oh,
It isn't a lot,
which
but
is
it's weird that it's happened twice.
Yes. Boy, this is going to be a fun transition into Ravenloft. And now, horror of a different sort.
Alright, I'm gonna go. I'm still feeling pretty awful from the shot, so.
Absolutely. Hope you get better, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I will. I will. I know this is gonna end like tomorrow or the day after, so. It's like it's like a sickness, but you know exactly why you're sick, when it's gonna end, and what you should expect.
Yeah, but there's just nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Because it's.
So it's alright. But I'll talk to you guys later.